Putra, and also from the ASEAN Social Work Consortium, Professor Bambang Sergi. Both of them are going to be our discussant for today. I would like to invite to come to the stage as well. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to invite the moderator for this session for the panel discussion about Partnership for Disability Inclusion and Empowerment and Way Forward. Special Officer of Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia will moderate the panel. Mr. Luhur Budiarso. Good morning, sir. Yeah, all the panelists, also the discussant and the moderator, they are already on the stage. And Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now I have the pleasure to invite Professor Nunu Nuriantono, Deputy for Coordination of Social Welfare Improvement, Ministry Coordinator for Human Development and Culture, to deliver keynote speech in this panel discussion.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, selamat pagi. Distinguished delegates of the ASEAN and partner countries, excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Allow me to join Ibu Risma to warmly welcome you to Makassar. I thank you all for joining us today to discuss more on the theme of partnership on the inclusion of persons with disabilities. I do believe that our discussion today will come up with recommendation in mainstreaming the right of persons with disabilities across all three pillars of the ASEAN community on the regional platform for disability inclusive partnership and empowerment. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, an estimated 16% of global population, all around 1.3 billion people, are persons with disabilities. This is on WHO 2023. This number tends to increase in developing countries, particularly the condition of persons with disabilities is more worrying. This share is around 20% of the poorest population. Southeast Asia alone is estimated to be home around 62 million persons of disabilities, and in Indonesia itself is around 20 million. The conditions in Indonesia not much different. At least 8% of the population experience a significant disability, 1/3 of them are with moderate and severe disabilities. Then 88% of them fell into the category of poor people. Global trends also shows that persons with disabilities are very vulnerable in experiencing discrimination, to being excluded from development, either to have benefit nor to participate actively. As a result, they tend to have lower quality of the life from lower level of education and held to limited access to job as well as access to public facilities. They are often found in the low welfare group of people. Households with people with disabilities are more often found in the low welfare groups. This condition ultimately further marginalizes the opportunities of persons with disabilities to participate actively and meaningfully in development. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesian government have the cycle of human development. Indonesia will achieve by 2045 to be advanced countries. Looking at the cycle of human development in Indonesia, if we look on the heart of the circle where disabilities is included in the core of development, disabilities is also be part of the whole human development process in Indonesia, not just only spirited on the one stage of human development, but the Indonesian government really pay attention how to empower, how to improve the level of people with disabilities. And human resource development itself is a part of 5 president directions. Therefore, looking at the whole cycle of human development in Indonesia is very important. Again, we have to emphasize that the people with disabilities to be included in the whole process of development. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, inclusive development for persons with disabilities is one of the principles of the development framework in the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDG itself is clearly inclusive of persons with disabilities, provide the goals and targets. Again, therefore, the whole cycle of human development shows that Indonesian government also emphasize on inclusive development to be implemented. And the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD, it can be achieved with the principle of no one left behind, including persons with disabilities on it. The CRPD requires countries to ensure that persons with disabilities have the right and access to the same range of other people in all sectors of life, such as education, economy, health, politics. As well as other ASEAN countries, Indonesia has signed and ratified CRPD and continue issuing the law number 4 of 1997, which has been revised by the law number 8 of 2016 concerning persons with disabilities. Various regulations derived from the mandate of this law has been passed, including master plan for persons with disabilities, which is outlined in the National Action Plan for Persons with Disabilities. However, policy tools not be meaningful for empowerment of persons with disabilities if they do not go hand in hand with collective awareness about equality and equal rights in life and development. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, inclusive development principle is aimed at improving conditions of inequality that occur due to imbalances in power, voice, and influence between individuals groups, including individual groups with disabilities, in the development process particularly. Inclusive development is expected to strengthen not only the economic order, but also the social and environment order in sustainable development. Without effort to realize it, persons with disabilities, for sure, will be increasingly marginalized, which will further worsen the face of poverty and inequality. We need and have to create development that is inclusive of persons with disabilities to ensure that no one is left behind in the development process. Therefore, it is very important to identify the obstacle facing in achieving inclusive development for persons with disabilities in order to formulate strategic steps to overcome these obstacles. Strategic approaches of inclusive cooperation and dialogue must always upheld by ASEAN, and we do hope our partner will also do the same thing and direction. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd ASEAN Summit has concluded with a series of outcomes despite the rising uncertainties in the world. Most importantly, ASEAN leaders have adopted the ASEAN Declaration on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership for Resilient ASEAN Community, acknowledging the strategic position of regional cooperation to mainstream the right of persons with disabilities and ensure their full participation in society. The declaration has mandated a structural change to concentrate and accelerate action to achieve the vision of fully inclusive society as well as to guide our work beyond 2025 and future decades to come. Together we need the right rail and make sure that no one left behind, and many other jargon, not just only as a jargon, we promise, but importantly, that deliver properly. To achieve these goals, partnership must continue to be at the heart of our strategy. Disability inclusive development is a cross-cutting issue that needs multi-sectoral approach in all levels. In order to do so, we must connect the dots and utilize modalities that ASEAN already has. Mainstreaming disability inclusive development across 3 pillars of ASEAN is very essential to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are fulfilled in all across sectors of life. The 3 pillars of ASEAN should work hand in hand and invest of longer-term projects which are more sustainable to facilitate policy dialogue and build partnerships for advancing the rights of persons with disability. This regional effort should also support it with institutional capacity development at the global level, national, or even local level. In this regard, it is important to give persons with disabilities the leverage they need to pursue outcomes in spaces characterized by multitude of social norms, some of which are need to be formally codified in law and policy, while others exist as customs in society. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, in the faith of our promising future in our hands, last night we are all witness this picture, meaning a million and important messages. we are all witness the fabulous performance performed by our brother and sister with disabilities. They come from different regions in Indonesia. It is a good lesson learned for all of us in ASEAN state members that we have to hand in hand, we have to work together to implement and realize the milestone of inclusive development. Last night, we are all overwhelmed and very touched with the performance of our brother and sister disabilities. It gives us spirit to implement that as long as we give opportunities and access to our brother and sister with disabilities, they will contribute positively in development process. Our joint action today will matter much tomorrow to fulfill our ASEAN Community Vision 2045. In particular, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, ASCC 2025 through the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. I would like to remind once again that the core of our work is the people, people first. And by working together, we can achieve a more inclusive and robust region. Once again, I thank to all of you. Have a productive discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Nunung Nuriantono, Deputy of Coordination of Social Welfare Improvement, Ministry Coordinator for Human Development and Culture. Thank you very much for the keynote speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished delegates, we are going to proceed to the panel discussion, and for that, we are going to invite the two discussants for today. I would like to invite from the Prosperous Justice Party, member of Commission 8 on the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Wisnu Wijaya Adiputra, and also the second discussant from the ASEAN Social Work Consortium, Professor Bambang Sergi, to come to the stage and joining all the participants of the panel discussion on the stage for today. As the moderator, Special Advisor of Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Luhur Budiharso, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good morning everyone. And thank you Prof. Nunung for such an excellent speech that we highlight a lot of things. I think it is very important to note down that we have lots of potential. That's pretty much the message from Prof. Nunung. We understand that disability is at the center of the Indonesian government human development in Indonesia. However, and this is going to be the focus of our discussion today, however, there are still lots of obstacles. There are still lots of homework that we all need to address. One, as underlined by Prof. Nunung, is the collective awareness. If I'm not mistaken, that's the message, Prof. Nunung, yeah? Whereby we are going to also drill down a bit with the panelists here. We have a bunch of high caliber panelists beside me. And also one panelist I think is joining us online. Is Ms. Afke ready? Can I see the connection for her? Okay, good morning. Okay, then we are ready. What about Miss Alisa? Alisa here. Is she joined? Oh, Alisa is here. Okay, that's good. Because your name is here, name tag. But it's okay. We can start then. Dig down on the messages highlighted by Prof. Nunung, especially on the key area of partnership and how we are going to put the partnership at the center of our heart. Speaking of the heart, quoted from Madam Minister greetings last night, despite limited time and different backgrounds, nothing is impossible. When heart, hands, and feet are united toward shared purpose. On this note, I would like to give the first turn to Mrs. Sarah Minkara, Special Advisor of United States President, Mr. Joe Biden, who will then underline and criticize, if possible, the challenges and how we are making progress so far, especially learning from US case. And then later on, I will let the panelists to also share their view in turn. Thank you very much. Please, floor is yours. You first. Me first? Yes, please. Thank you.
Is my mic on? Yes, okay, great, awesome. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing, good?
Good.
Can we all snap? Great, awesome. Okay, great. Just to kind of really build off of what was the question and what was mentioned and kind of the opportunity of partnerships and still the challenges that we still face. And I want to really first dive into the concept of what is the narrative of disability, because that will translate into actually where we want to get to and what partners we need, and still the challenges that we still face. You know, we can have all the policies and legislations in this world, right? But who implements policies? It's society. And society until now see us, and I say us because, you know, I'm a person with a disability, see us as a community, disability community, from a point of what? Charity, suffering, struggling, incapable, vulnerable, weak, or the other extreme narrative, as we call it in the disability world, inspiration porn. Oh my God, you're so amazing. You're so inspiring. You're so brave. You're so courageous. Why? Because I'm a person with a disability and I go to school and I have a job and I have a family and I'm married and all that kind of stuff. Shouldn't that be the norm? Shouldn't that be the expectation? Society has not yet normalized the identity of disability in our society. Society has not yet normalized the expectation that we belong, we exist, and we can contribute. We want to get to a point in this world where we don't, you know, where people with disabilities as dancers and artists and singers and teachers and engineers and educators are mainstreamed. They're not highlighted, but they're mainstreamed like anyone else, where we expect them to be amongst our community. We expect them to be designers of policies. We expect them to be innovators. We expect them to be implementers. We expect that. We're not there yet. So how do we change that narrative? I want to ask the question in this room, who's not in this room that should be in this room? Let's ask that question. Who's not at this table? To be honest, a lot of times we, the disability communities, we're talking to each other. There's an echo chamber. And on the other hand, it might be a bubble of conversations that we're having with each other, another bubble of conversations that policymakers are making, right? We need to be engaging many more sectors. For example, I say the entertainment industry. Where are they? Aren't they influencing the narratives in society? How do they bring disability and illustrate disability into their work? Let's bring forward startup technology startups. Let's bring forward the media sector. Where are all these sectors that should be at the table, and there should be partners, and they should be partners not because it's just the right thing to do, but because it brings value to their system at large. I don't want to be brought in because I feel like you think it's just the right thing to do. Bring me in because you see my value. We need to get to a point where that's the narrative, and we still have a lot of work to do on that point. Thank you.
A very strong message and very clear one as well, that disability has to be defined, and it is charity or inspiration for us. So a shift of paradigm is definitely needed. And also on the partnership itself, who's not in the table? That's the question that we all need to answer. Entertainment industry, startup, media, where are they now? How we all can bring value to the system. Okay, we'll pause there and get the response from other panelists. We have Mrs. Afka. Can you follow us?
Yes, yes.
Good, good.
My turn, okay.
So please, floor is yours, Mrs. Afka.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. It's really a pleasure to be with you here this morning. Although I'm not there in person, unfortunately, I was not in a position to travel to Makassar, but I'm very happy to join you thanks to the technology that we have. So I would like to say a few words. So my name is Afka Budsman. I'm working in Jakarta for the United Nations, and I'm heading the office of the resident coordinator. And the resident coordinator is the most senior official of the United Nations at the country level, representing the Secretary General. So I would like to say a few words on what we try to do in as the previous speaker said, changing that narrative. And we are trying to do that both inside the United Nations as well as with the partners we are working with. So, of course, there is the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which serves as really a very critical instrument, and that Indonesia ratified in 2011. And based on that convention, the United Nations has formulated a United Nations strategy for disability inclusion at the global level. And we have used that strategy in Indonesia to see what can we do here, very practical in our own work, and as I said, both with our colleagues as well as outward facing with our partners. Because we want, under the leadership of our resident coordinator, Ibu Valérie Julien, we want to be an inclusive organization. And that is why this year we have organized for the very first time a fair whereby we have brought the human resources officers of the United Nations. We have 20 agencies on the ground in Indonesia, together with recruitment agencies for persons with a disability, organizations representing persons with a disability, and interested individuals. In just a period of like 3 hours, we already had 400 persons or organizations registered for this event, which surpassed our expectation a lot. But as I said, it was a first interaction. Before this, we actually had never had that one-on-one interaction. So we see it as a first and as part of our learning journey. Linked to this, we have done inside our organization an assessment on what are the experiences of UN agencies in Indonesia in recruiting and persons with a disability, but also maintaining persons with disability among the staff of agencies. So what lessons can be learned, what practices work, what adjustments may need to be made during a recruitment process, but also to make sure that the United Nations is an attractive employer for persons with a disability. And we have documented all this, and we have conducted several trainings to the HR officers, but we also have, for the colleagues that already live with a disability, we have done several sessions for the rest of our staff to better understand and actually interact often for the very first time with persons with a disability. And we are starting to see, although slowly, but today we have more colleagues with a disability than we had a year ago. And this is exactly, as the previous speaker said, it's really integrating persons because based on the knowledge and expertise the individual has, and not because, oh, we have a charity viewpoint. No, we want to recruit, but and make also the effort, because if we don't make the effort, often the systems are not inclusive enough. So that is one part. The second is around our communications. We really, also since last year already, are working consciously that our communications is more accessible for persons with a screen reader, for example. Our social media of the United Nations in Indonesia, whether it's social, on the social media, on the X it's called these days, or on Instagram, but also on our website, the videos that we make are now standard, is subtitled. It's in Bahasa and often also in English. It depends on the topic whether we also do it in English or whether we only do it in Bahasa, Indonesian. All the pictures, for example, on the social media also have now an alt text that we to describe in a better way and make also our social media more inclusive. We also are conducting training to our staff on how to save our PDF, for example, in an accessible manner. I know this sounds very futile, but if we want to have an interaction and be more accessible, this is really where we need to start. So, because if we don't make our reports accessible, it's very difficult to start a conversation and to reach out to the organizations that we would like to work with. And this is also why we have this year developed guidelines for the UN agencies on how to interact with organizations, the OPDs. We have done also workshops, consultations, and it's also for the first time that we actually have guidelines on how to interact with persons with a disability. So this is where we try to facilitate and increase and improve the interaction. We are definitely not there yet, as we see it very much as a learning journey, but we do see change. We do see that in the events of the UN, they are much more diverse, not only for persons with a disability, but also vis-à-vis other groups that we believe we need to provide a platform to. But this mainstreaming, as the previous speaker said, is something that we really try to promote. Other work that we try to do as well is we have done this last year, making our offices accessible. So we have trained our frontline staff. We have tried to remove the most important obstacles for wheelchair persons who are using a wheelchair, for example, to enter our building, or persons who are visually impaired, who can interact with, let's say, receptionists or security personnel. And this all has to do with changing the perceptions and, again, making the interaction much more easy and with a human face. Programmatically, we also try to advance our work, for example, in the topic of data. We have just finalized an initiative with the Global Pulse for Asia Pacific, which is a data lab from the United Nations based in Jakarta, and the UN agencies on specifically where are the data gaps on persons with a disability. So we have identified that. We are working with BPS, the Office, the Bureau of Statistics, and this has been quite a rich set of work, and which will help us, and also with other partners, to advance on trying to bridge that data gap. Because the better we know where are the data gaps, the better we also can work on policies and trying to address those. There is more that I could say, but I leave it here for now, and happy to exchange more in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Afke. Very sorry that I only can hear some part of your comments. The echoes are so bad. Can I have someone from the organizer to help us, the panelists here? Because from the States, the echo was too disturbing. We cannot get the online voice pretty well. But we got I got the help from the headset, but sadly only the last part of your comments, Mrs. Afke, which is the huge task on data and how you guys are finalizing the initiative on data laboratory, which is quite challenging, I believe. But later on we will discuss more deeper about the issues. Thank you, Mrs. Afke. The table now turn to Mrs. Alisa Silvatron, the representative of ASEAN Disability Forum from Thailand. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, nice to meet you again. I think I was on the panelists as well yesterday afternoon. And the echo, the acoustic of this room hasn't changed, so it's really disturbing. But anyway, I cannot echo what Sarah had just mentioned loud enough that we, as a person with disability, we don't want to be seen as a pity object or inspirational object. We want to be just as normal as you are. I would take myself as an example of how society perceives person with disability when we do something. Thank you. When we do something really, how can I say, that unexpected by the society. Many years ago when the YouTube was just launched, and I was one of those who tried to be the YouTuber, and I did the makeups by blind people and stuff, and all the comments that I had on YouTube was, wow, how can you see that? Wow, you're so good. Wow. I mean, like, I want the appraisal, but all that I want from the appraisal, I want that I'm good. Not that I want because I'm blind that I can do things. And one of the things that I've been experiencing, I'm now working with UNDP Regional, and the one thing that I always have, how can they accept you in the UNDP work? How can they let you in because you're blind? I mean, like, how cannot? I mean, I'm so good, I'm intelligent, I finished a PhD, this and that and those and all the rest. I mean, like, they accepted me because I'm a person, not because that I'm blind. But having said that, many governments are launching the policies that related to persons with disabilities and try to include persons with disabilities or disability aspects into their policies, in particular employment. But then how inclusive that aspect it really is. For example, I would use Thailand as an example. Thailand, we have the quota system of employing persons with disability, but the majority of persons with disability who are employed would do what? Like the massage, or well, we'll give you the money and you can do whatever you like, and sell the lotteries and stuff. The statistics last year, private sector employ persons with disability up to 60,000 people. But on the government side, it's only 2,000, because we tend to think that persons with disability are having a hard time of doing the mainstream job, doing the mainstream work. So we tend to be put in the same groups with each other. Okay, you go and work with the association that you belong to, and you go and you work as you like. One of the best example that I would like to use, it may not be the best. I'll tell you the pros and cons of this approach. UNDP, we have around 24 offices, including the regional office. And all of those country offices, we have around 12 country offices who hire person with disability as a disability focal point. But most of the persons with disability who are hired by UNDP are hired at the lowest wage. Having said that, that gives the opening experience for both UNDPs and persons with disability to work together inclusively, in a meaningful way, in working together. This would also emphasize the importance of having partners, because UNDP cannot employ a person with disability by ourselves. We employ through the fundings by various foundations, including the government. But that funds comes annually, so we can hire a person with disability on a yearly basis. We cannot hire a person with disability more than just a year, so the security of the job is not there. However, most of the country offices, when they experience of having a lived experience of person with disability in their office, then they would continue hire a person with disability from their own fundings, from the office money. So that may be not the best example, but I think that's probably could be used as a module. One of the example that I would like to use here is I would stay with the topic of employment, because that is quite easy to explain and to see from both aspects. With the startups or with the entrepreneurship, this topic has been very challenging for us as a person with disability to be the entrepreneur by ourselves. Most of the people see that person with disability can run what? We can run a massage parlors, we can run a lottery shop, or if we want to do something else, then it has to be our guardianship, our parents, our sisters, siblings who are doing it for us. I myself, 6 years ago, I started my own startup. I started my own enterprise. And I went through the process of being the entrepreneur by, like pitching to the venture, the VC. I went through the pitch to the government departments and stuff. All that I received, the comments, not on my products or the services that I want to offer, but the comments would be related to my disability. Why would you concern about environment if you're blind? Why don't you just start something that related to your disability? I mean, why not? Can't a blind person care about environment? I mean, it's outrageous to have these feedbacks from people, but that is how society perceived us. That is how people seeing that we should not do something beyond our disability if we want to do something. And having said that, we are now partnering, OPDs in Thailand as well as the UNDP country office. They are now launching the program of training persons with disability, young persons with disabilities, to be the entrepreneurs by themselves and let them do what they really want to do. That's it from me. Thank you.
Excellent. Round of applause, please. Excellent. We hear the voice, we hear the inspiration, the key points have been taken. I think we'll get back to these three first panelists with more questions. At least we understand that we need to get back to the definition of lots of things, including the partnership, inclusion. What is inclusion in our view? What is the best model for inclusion, including the wages that Alisa mentioned? Although I have to share my personal story as well later on, Alisa, on how I attended the funeral of my best friends. The CEO of GE Indonesia, a couple of weeks ago, passed away, and he grew up and spent all his time on a wheelchair. But yet, we'll discuss more on that, on how the inclusion means and how we address the problems or the challenge with a more strategic and actionable plan as well. We even have to get back to the definition of disabilities, as suggested by Ms. Sarah. And later on, perhaps, I just got some notes that Mrs. Afke also mentioned and touched base a bit on the usage of social media, on how to increase the literacy and public awareness on these issues. Okay, now let's move on to the next panelist. I would like to turn to Mr. Tolhas Damanik, who is the representative of IFS or Agenda, as the next panelist. Please, floor is yours, Mr. Damanik. Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants of this high-level forum. Firstly, let me congratulate the government of Indonesia and ASEAN and also the US government for the successful convening of this high-level forum on disability development. Speaking about inclusion and partnership, I think this is my turn to also share experience of the IFS agenda on supporting the organization of persons with disability in this region and also the ASEAN to overcome all challenges for the inclusion of persons with disability. Taking back the definition of the disability that already mentioned by our colleague panelists, I think it is also important for us just to look at again and again what's the real definition of disability itself. Because for me, inclusion is easy. As long as we really understand what is disability. When we talk about inclusion, for me, it is not only about the person with disability itself, but rather the society. That's why I think the session this morning will be focused on how to somewhat how to make disability put it as in the right concept. So let me introduce what Agenda has been doing to support the ASEAN to make ASEAN to be more inclusive for all of us, not only for persons with disability, because inclusion more means anything, not only including a person with disability who are people said left behind, but rather to look at all of us, because sometimes due to certain identity that we have, we also exclude it. So this is something that we need to rely on, to realize. So Agenda, General Election Network for Disability Access, established in 2011 as a creative partnership between the IFS, the International Foundation for Electoral System, and the Regional Organization of Persons with Disability, and also the civil society organization in Southeast Asia. with aim to improve access to political and electoral for persons with disability through public awareness and also a policy change. As I mentioned, that agenda is created partnership. For now, we have around 8 partners, OPD in 8 countries, and majority of them are also here. So give a round of applause for our OPD from 8 countries. Yeah, thank you very much. Next slide, please. So what we are doing in a partnership that has been run by Agenda and also together with all partners. In the beginning, we try to Agenda represent the Organization of Persons with Disability to provide input to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. We propose for improvement on the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, in particular in the civil and political rights. Because we realized at that time, long time ago, I think 2011 at that time, we tried to gather the endorsement from 65 organizations of persons with disability in this region, just to show to ASEAN that we are here, the community of persons with disability. As I mentioned also before, that Agenda working on the political participation of persons with disability and how to improve election access so people with disability can have their rights to vote. But later on, during 2013, 2014, and so on, we are advancing our work not only focusing on political rights, but also to do the advocacy for the general human rights, because we realized that at that time the right of persons with disability in this region only mentioned or only discussed in certain pillar, mostly in the 3rd pillar, which is the socio-cultural pillar. But in 2015, I think we start discussion with AICHA, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, and we came up with the idea that if we talk about inclusion, so we cannot stop only at the 3rd pillar, which is the socio-cultural pillar, because we want ASEAN to be more inclusive. So that's why we start our journey with the later on I will explain to you the development of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, and also right now we are in the stage of the implementation of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, and in particularly this year we are ASEAN is doing the midterm review of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. So what we learn from our work, first is about we are working not only with the organization or the person with disability, because we also rely on the intersectionality of person with disability. So that's why with our work with our organization of person with disability, our partner, we also try to enhance the possibility to collaborate with other issues, other human rights issues, not only issue related to person with disability. Secondly, we define our success with finding the best champion for the inclusion of person with disability. In the case of the ASEAN, at that time in 2015, we found the representative of the AICHA as our champion. So he helped us to promote about the disability inclusion and ASEAN, and it's become the stepping stone for the development of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. We, as a organization of persons with disability, we also provide the technical support to the ASEAN, because of the fact that not all institutions or sectoral bodies or even ASEAN organ government official have a strong knowledge about disability, but we are ready to support them with the knowledge. And lastly, after working for quite a long time, we get the trust from our partner or our stakeholder as well. Next slide, please. Like I mentioned to you before, agenda, and we are happy here also to mention that we have a strong partnership and collaboration with ASEAN Disability Forum. So we have my very close friend here, Mr. Piti Lim, as a chairman of the AHLF. Give applause to him as well. So we are working hand on hand with the ASEAN Disability Forum for the development, implementation, and of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. We are very glad, we are very proud that ASEAN has the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025, mainstreaming the right of persons with disability as a tool for the ASEAN to promote the right of persons with disability. Now, we don't want this only as as a document. We really want this ASEAN Enabling Master Plan to be implemented by ASEAN and all member states. So that's why from this forum, we always echo the message that let's work hard for the implementation of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. And please look at ourselves, please look at our country, whether we really acknowledge this document. Because of the fact that since 2018, all government, all leaders in ASEAN already signed this document. And now we are in the stage of doing the midterm review. So we don't want to, point out this country is not implement, this ASEAN not implement, not that idea. The idea is to look at our commitment. We will use this midterm review as the time for us just to reflect on how far we go on the implementation of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. Next slide, please. So again, speaking about the recommendation, I think from our experience working in partnership with all organizations of persons with disability and also the stakeholder, we found that the knowledge about the disability right is very important for the organization of persons with disability, because this is not because of our organization don't really understand the right, but they work so hard. Sometimes they forget what is the right. Again, second, it is also difficult to develop partnership between public agency and civil society organization due to the importance of the intersectionality. Build connection with political actors. I'm glad that we have a parliamentary representative here, Pak Wisnu. Because their position is very important to control budgeting and so on. So that's why thank you very much for inviting him to be here, especially for Indonesia. This is a good example. Yeah. Again, media is very important now, because without media we cannot voice ourselves. We cannot raise our voice. So that's why for agenda partner we always encourage our partner use the media. You can use traditional media or even the social media. Tracking progress and success, again, sometimes we work hard, but we cannot, sometimes we don't really measure, we don't really realize what is the achievement. So I think it is important also for the ASEAN to now start thinking what is the achievement of the inclusion of persons with disability in ASEAN. Even though we know that we have ASEAN Enabling Master Plan right now, and we are conducting the midterm review. Next slide, please. Now, recommendation for the partnership. I think the most challenging for us right now is about collecting data. I know that Pak Wisnu, our parliament member, always asking about the data, because there is no policy if there is no data. Is that correct, Pak? Yeah. So yeah, and I know that yesterday I met with the director of the Statistical Bureau. So I think we also encourage our partner, our network, to look at seriously on the provision of data regarding person with disability. Again, the important role of media, how we can use the social media to voice ourselves. Inclusive coalition, we always voice this to our partner because it is important to be in a coalition to promote our rights. And lastly, I think this is something that we need to still think about how to increase the capacity of the organization of persons with disability so they can play their role to ensure that this region is very, very disability inclusive in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent work so far, Mr. Damanik, and thank you for the presentation. Lots of things as well have been highlighted, and I will get back to you on the question. As I mentioned, let's first then move to our first three panelists, the ladies. We understand the importance of partnership, as also mentioned by Mr. Damanik, and I would like to turn to U.S. case on her expertise, on her coverage before, on the exposure, on how you deal with moving towards multi-stakeholders involvement. Please.
Okay, so I'm going to answer this on a few different layers, and a few different layers. So first, let's take the U.S. government, let's take the State Department as one of our system that we're examining. And when we say multiple stakeholders, right? So our office, my team and I, we lead the U.S. government foreign policy on disability. That's pretty huge. It's a lot of work, and we can't do it on our own. So when I first started, I wanted to really examine across all the offices and bureaus, how do we create more shared responsibility? How do we create more partnership? How can we get more offices and bureaus across the State Department to be thinking about disability, not just our office? How can we get the Global Health Office, the Global Women's Office, the Cybersecurity Office, the Office of Public Engagement? All of these bureaus and offices should be taking disability forward because, one, we can't do it on our own. Two, we shouldn't do it on our own. Three, it is important for everyone to take this forward. It's an important element to their own work. And fourth, which is an important point, is sustainable and systemic change. We want to make sure we build in and institutionalize disability into the strategies beyond our own strategy. I don't want just a specific disability strategy, which we do have for our office. I would like for every single office and bureau within the State Department to have a disability strategy. So how do we create first partnership within the system that we're in? Then let's expand that. Then how do we create partnerships across other agencies in the U.S. government? And there is disability officers in every single government agency in the U.S. And we've built amazing partnership with HHS, the Health and Human Services. We've created great partnerships with ODEP, the Office of Disability Employment Program at Department of Labor. Again, how do we build out those partnerships across U.S. governments? Because they're important partners when we want to build out capacity internationally. The third layer is then our embassies across the board. They're our partners on the ground. Whenever I travel to any country and I meet with our embassies, our ambassador, our DCM, and we meet with every single section head within the embassies, the political, the economic, the public affairs, etc., because disability should be part of every single issue set, not just a human rights person. So how do we really talk about how does disability fit into your priorities? And then in any engagement in any country, we ask to meet with civil society, private sector, media, government, and government across all agencies. It shouldn't just be the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Social Affairs, etc. The Ministry of Environment, Climate, etc. So again, it's all of these different layers. In any engagement that we do as an office, the first question is, who do we want to work? Who should we be partnering up with? Who should we bring to the table? And how can we build out that capacity? Because the more we do that, the more that we can actually do the work. But what's really important is for us to bring partnerships and partners along the way, we need to show them the value of why this is important to them. We need to show them why it's important to bring disability into their own priorities and their own work. Because to be honest, everyone has 1,000,001 things on their table, right? They have 1,000,001 priorities. Add another one, disability. We need to show the value, and that's really important. We haven't yet been able to fully show the stories of value, why disability is important in our work and engagement. So there's more work to be done on that front. So I hope that answered the question. Yes? Okay, awesome, thank you.
It is indeed a lot of work to be done, but I presume working with the government is much easier than working with the private sector. How do you manage the?
Oh, I actually, I think the private sector, it's easy to work with the private sector when, again, I mean, Accenture came out with a report a few years ago, which I highly recommend everyone to look into it, showcasing that companies that are disability inclusive, have inclusive employment to disability and across the board, it helps their profit margin, helps their bottom line. There's evidence behind that. And I think we need to be, again, going back to telling the stories, I think the private sectors care about their bottom line. Whenever a startup company comes to me and says, when they're developing, let's say, a beta product, and they're like, and I ask them, well, is your product accessible from the get-go? They're like, oh, no, that's the beta product. Later on, I'll think about making accessible features. Why? Don't you understand you're actually excluding a big portion of your market by not making your products accessible? You're losing out. Why? Look at the companies that have made their products accessible across the board. They're winning. It's a value to them. So when you make disability inclusion across employment, products, services, policies, spaces, etc., people think it's costly. To be honest, it's a cost later on when you don't include it. You're losing out later on when you don't include it. Those are the conversations we need to have. But in order for us to have them and show that value, we need to have the difficult conversations of what people assume with regards to disability inclusion. How do we have the difficult and authentic conversation in terms of why is disability accessibility being excluded? Why are we seen as disability accessibility as a special or add-on or favor or burden? Why isn't it seen from a point of value? Society doesn't accept if we exclude a gender from entering a space, but we accept it when disability is not able to access a space. Why are we fine accepting that? So those are kind of the points.
Thank you. I'll move on to Mrs. Afka. Hopefully you're still there, Mr. Bus.
Yes, I'm still.
Okay, good. I just got the transcript of your comments, and I would like to leverage on that in relation to the way we move our partners together towards a partnership. In your experience, especially in working closely with so many agencies across the globe, what are the key, how would you say, the key factors that is important and critical to be done as a priority?
May I just clarify priority to establish partnerships?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I would say it's first of all mindset. The topic of disability inclusion within the United Nations is where the topic, I would say, of gender was maybe 15 years ago. It's really something of the past very recent few years, since I would say just before the COVID, that in 2019 the UN Strategy on Disability Inclusion was issued, and then we hit the COVID, and then everyone started to work online. And then actually it was an accelerator to bring in persons with disabilities, because we were all working online. And the outreach at that point was, I think, especially in the UN, we were very aware of, let's say, the concept of leaving no one behind, like which groups were being left behind during the COVID, and we also were looking in the group of persons with disability from the perspective like the lockdowns in different countries, how that impacted not only with disability but also other groups. And at least for us in Indonesia, that was an accelerator to reinforce our partnership with persons with disability. But also within, I really want to come back on this the point, and also the previous speaker, the US Special Advisor on Disability Inclusion, referred to that as well. It's within your own organization, because we cannot, as the United Nations, speak about how important disability inclusion is if we are not inclusive ourselves. And our rescue coordinator is very, very articulate on that. She really wants to ensure that the United Nations is walking the talk and that we are credible when we speak about a topic like disability inclusion. And that's why we have spent last year and this year so much time and also resources in trying, and I'm not saying we are there yet, but at least trying to change the mindset, to make our offices more open for visitors, for new colleagues, for organizations as partners that represent persons with disability. Because the same as I was speaking about the communications, if people with persons with disability are not reflected in our external communications, we are not credible because it becomes tokenism, and that's not what we want. We want to be very systematic and not just like, oh, when there is an event on the topic of disability inclusion, then we do subtitles, then we do an on-text. No, whatever the topic is, whether it's on energy transition, whether it is on the blue agenda, we really want to make this part of our day-to-day work. And that's also why we spent quite some time on those guidelines on how to reach out to persons with disability. We have set up a database on OPDs across the country, organized the Sustainable Development Goal, so that when we organize events in different parts of the country, we now have at least the beginning of such a database for agencies to tap into. Not only, again, when it is on the topic of inclusion, but when it is on the topic of, as I said before, like energy transition, or it's on conservation, or it's on jobs, that we do have that inclusive perspective. So if you ask me what is the priority, I would say the very first priority is the mindset of UN colleagues to not have that mindset of the charity or
every organization can have the right mindset,
having a
then
model,
inclusion is
having
no
a mindset
empty
of
word.
like, it should be automatic to also reach out, like the way you reach out to women groups, we should reach out to OPDs, we should reach out to youth groups. It should not be, on its own, only this, only that. And I think we have made steps, but more steps need to be made, and I think we can build on those baby steps that we have done. But we also very much welcome the feedback. We also work with the National Commission on Disability, for example, on recommendations of the Disability Convention. So we try to work on different levels. But for sure, I think, and to finalize my intervention, is disability inclusion is not only for a few colleagues that, they have to deal with that. Because actually there is no agency on disability inclusion. Like you have agencies on agriculture, women, you have organizations that have specifically youth in their mandate. But disability inclusion, disability is not in, let's say, one particular agency, and that's why the rescue coordinator is taking such a strong stance on this topic and really aims to mainstream this as much as we can. And I wanted to make a final point, apologies. In the first intervention, mention of the special advisor to the US President, she also spoke about the entertainment industry, and I think the singer of Putri Ariani, that was, I think it's called The Voice in the US with the buzzer, I think she really has made, she has come forward as like a singer. I think when everyone was so impressed, like at least the people I know, it was not about, oh, a person who is visually impaired has been having such an amazing performance with the golden buzzer, but it was like, wow, you know, Indonesian is leading this and is getting so much attention. And I think that's at least for in the circles that I'm in, I see there is change in that narrative, but I agree with you that still a lot remains to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It's American Got Talent. It's not Idol. So, fourth best finalist, if I'm not mistaken, Putri Airani. So thank you. I think I got the message from how to start with the mindset, how to start with the right mindset, and it's all start inside the organization. If and only if all the organization in this room as well as out there can start with the right mindset, then anything can happen. Mainstreaming it into our agenda is also a key and a priority to be taken at the first step. Thank you, Afke. Now I'll building on the issues of mindset, on shifting the paradigm. Alisa, I would like to turn to you on how you see the empowerment, how you see the shift of paradigm from helping, from charity, into empowerment, the potential. The bottom line, as said by Ms. Sarah, the bottom line of the private companies, the private sectors area, that this is part of the business model that can create values. So put aside the disabilities and see the potential more. How do you build on that and how to shift the paradigm of the people, of public especially, on these issues?
Thank you. How can we shift from charity model to the more empower type of strategy? I think first thing first, changing mindset, as the previous panelist was mentioned, is very good approach. However, we as persons with disability, we have a lot of work to be done there, because we need to prove ourselves that we are beyond what the society gives us or the society tells us. We need to work harder to prove that we as a person with disability, not just this charity object that we can, you can come to us and then, okay, I'll give you this and give you that. We have to give it back to the society to prove that we are beyond what they think we are. With the private sector, I must say that they are doing quite good on disability inclusion, because they care about their reputation, they care about their return rates over, they care about their profits. Vice versa though, working with the public sector is a lot harder for us as OPDs or persons with disabilities or DPOs, because public sector, they tend to think that they are a governing body. They have what they have, and they are the person who will give us or lead us to wherever that the policies is designing to do. What I really think is not only empowered person with disability on what we can do, we also need to empower vice versa the public sector on actually they can do much better than just designing the policies without including the disability person when they talk about disability. By which I mean when they include person with disability on the policy making level, it's not just letting us sit there and listening to what the policy should be. What is actually need to be done? I would use Thailand as an example here again. We're now in the process of drafting, amending the legislation on Empowerment Act of Persons with Disability. What the government did a couple of years ago, that the process started, that they only involved persons with disability, only a few. I mean, like only 3 or 4 as they see as leaders, and those who are actually friends with the government. So what the OPDs, the rest, was trying to do is trying to say out loud that we are here, and don't forget about us. And we are forming the allies, and then getting all the suggestions or the feedbacks or recommendations that we want to see in the new legislation and send it to the government. Since we spoke loud as the rest of persons with disabilities and OPDs, then the government opened up more and listened to us more. So it needs to work many ways, from ourselves, which is persons with disabilities, and the government also need to include us in a more meaningful way, and with the private sector to prove to the society that even as a private sector, they care about or they work on disability inclusion more, because not only the reputation that they would get, but the profits that they're earning is also make important to them. And with these 3 sectors working along with each other, that will make the society in general will see that person with disability is not only the charity model anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Now it's time to turn to our discussions. We have Mr. Vishnu from House of Representatives and Prof. Bambang. But I'll start with Mr. Vishnu because he has to run and rush to the this afternoon flight back to Jakarta. Pak Vishnu, silakan.
Thank you. Good morning. Greetings to everyone, Ibu Menteri and distinguished delegates. You know, I should think that in our work and our responsibility.
Pak Bambang, mohon maaf. Saya kasih waktu untuk Pak Wisnu dulu ya. Ada pesawat harus dikejar.
Sure. Oh, I mean.
Terima kasih.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To whom we respect, Minister of Social Affairs of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Tri Risma hari ini, U.S. Special Advisor on International Disability Rights, Her Excellencies, Mrs. Sarah Minkara, Head of ASEAN Delegation, and all participants. The Constitution of the 1945 clearly provides guarantees for people with disabilities. At least in Articles 28, Paragraph 2 of the 1945, it states that everyone has the right to receive facilities and special treatment, to obtain the same opportunities and benefits in order to achieve equality and justice. Regarding people with disabilities, it's regulated in Article 1 of Law Numbers 18 of 2016. It started that person with disability is anyone who experience physical, intellectual, mental, or sensory limitation for long period of time, who in interacting with the environment can experience obstacles and difficulties in participating in actively, fully, and effectively with other citizens based on equal rights. This is regulated in Article 40 of Law Number 8 of 2016. It states that the government and regional government are obligated to organize and facilitate education for people with disabilities in every pathway, type, and level of education according to their authority. For your information, inclusive education is an educational service system that provides opportunities for people with disabilities to attend public schools and regular classes with friends their own age. With inclusive education, students can learn together with accessibility that supports everyone, including people with disabilities. With inclusive education, all children have the same opportunity to actively develop their potential in the same environment. That's why with inclusive education, people with disabilities will get used to interacting not only with other people with disabilities. The existence of inclusive education also shows recognition and appreciation for diversity. Inclusive education is not discriminatory education. This is because inclusive education has the principles of being open, non-discriminatory, sensitive to every difference, relevant, and accommodating to ways of learning and centered on the needs and unique of students. Currently, according to the data from the Directorate General of Primary and Secondary Education Management, Minister of Education and Culture, as of 2010, the number of schools providing inclusive education was 814 schools with a total of 15,181 students. Schools providing inclusive education need to be supported by teaching staff with special expertise in the learning process and development of children with special needs in general. One of the special personnel needed is a special guidance teacher. In Minister of Nation Education Regulation 70 of 2009, cornering guideline for the implementation in inclusive education, there are 8 components that must receive attention from inclusive school stakeholders, namely 1 student, curriculum, teaching staff, learning activities, assessment and certification, school management, witnesses, community empowerment. Educators list in point 3 of professional educators who have the main task educating, teaching, guiding, directing, training, assessing. The important role and duties of special guidance teachers in organizing inclusive school, which cover all problems of children with special needs in school. So there should be a balance between their obligation and right. Something that is in balance will result in the outcome that expected. By having a spared budget for special guidance teachers, according to their capacity as special guiding teachers, through inclusive schools will be realized, not just labels and formalities. The key to inclusive education is providing access to adequate education for all children according to their needs and sincerely accepting the existence and continuation of people with disabilities. To this matter, it is clear that our stance as Parliament is strongly support the policies and budget for the Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic Indonesia. Thank you very much for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Bambang now, please.
Terima kasih Pak Luhur. I'm sorry about I misheard. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I guess in our work, when we are involved in our work and in relation to our responsibilities, we get the words
the keywords that been discussed about, mainstreaming and partnership. Those are the two keywords that we will then have to operationalize and put things into implementation. I can only remember and reflect, Pak Luhur, our recent experience, I think one of the most extreme situations that all of us has encountered in recent years has been the COVID collaboration and how we came into something concerted, something converged into responding very grave and truly exceptionally dangerous situation. One of the situations that might relate to us in relation to partnership is our capacity to mobilize resources, and this is quite something different in essence to what kind of the essence of working with people in terms of investing and creating what we call as a vision of an enabling society, a society which is providing fair, providing broad opportunities equally to all. So I actually cannot help myself admiring Alisa, Singh, Minka, Sarah, and all our performance yesterday. It really reflects the way institution provides, motivates and facilitates all the potential that is possible to be put on stage. So just to briefly comment and feedback to the presentation of our distinguished deputy from PMK, I think we should put our mind the ability to map out the partnership between different levels as we work with local people, with families, with communities, with local government, with national government, with international, regional government, also global communities. So it truly is very important for us, for me as part of the consortium of social workers, that we get as much open our minds, relation and communication with possible partners, locally, regionally, national government, local government, international partners and global communities, which is open in the open digital world today. But I think one of the essence and important points about all these partnership things, all these things that we do as a common effort, is about the importance of the vision and the mission, and particularly the importance of the master plan. I again made differentiation of the situation with COVID. We didn't put anything on board as what we call the grand design or roadmap at that time. We just mobilized. But in our work for disability, I think we should depend on mainstreaming ideas, arguing, inviting people, aligning, and all those sorts of integrating inputs. So I think I really feel that all our power will be the capacity of us to argue and to influence people's thinking that this is important, this is substantial, this is essential for us to grow together. And I think for Indonesia, for example, in our vibrant economy, in our vibrant policy making and the parliament, the legislation and all, I think we all should be part of an existing reminder of actor, of stakeholders who would put this agenda of an enabling and inclusive society at the mainstream of their policy. I think that should be the spirit, and I think this is so meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have completed all the views, but of course, not from the audience, not yet from the audience. So I will open the floor to give their options, their views, as well as questions for both our panelists on the stage or online. Is there anyone wish to have some sort of a question, opinions, please? From the left-hand side, probably. I know for sure Madam Minister Tri Risma Harini had some questions. She just texted me. Unfortunately, I missed the text. So she just outside of the room just to control some other activities. But later on, perhaps she'll join us. Or probably I can ask Prof. Nunung. Ada pertanyaan, masukan, sanggahan atau opini Bapak? Kami persilakan.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Luhur. The things that we've discussed related to the entrepreneurship. This is very important keyword, how we also able to deliver the entrepreneurship for the people with disabilities, as well as how then we clearly have the stages to build the partnership among the ASEAN member states. I think these two important, and I would like to get the message from all of you about the two important keywords. Thank you, Pak Luhur.
Thank you, sir. The question on implementation is indeed our big and hairy question. Anyone else from the floor? Can I invite, oh yes, the ladies at the back. Can the organizer please accommodate the mic?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Ibu Yanti Rahman. I'm the Sec-Gen for the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. I would actually like to ask one question, basically. Thank you so much for inviting ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly to attend to this forum. It is really my first time as well. But I'm actually looking at the fact that we are listening to all the panelists, understanding the situation. There's a lot of discussion made, there's a lot of declaration in ASEAN that has been done. I think it all started with Bali Declaration as well on the enhancement of the role and participation of people with disabilities, and this is in 2011. Then we actually have a few of the Incheon Strategy, Beijing Declaration, and it takes us more than, till now, 12 years, I guess, with the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. Is there a way that we can really expedite this in a way that we can push this agenda faster? The reason being is, we talk about ASEAN being the dark horse globally in terms of economically. It has catch the attention from a lot of global, and we are really accelerating fast. But it's also sad to actually see we are not accelerating that fast enough when we actually look at when we talk about our communities. So how are the ways that we can really assist ASEAN to actually push this agenda faster? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I would love to hear another one before giving the floor to the panelists to answer. On my left-hand side, can we get the mic? Thank you. The gentleman on the left, could you please raise your hand once more? Was that you, ma'am? Sorry, I thought I saw differently. But it's okay, it's okay. Here we go. Not on yet, very sorry. Just put it on, please.
Thank you, Pak Luhur, for the opportunity. Very good morning for everyone here. I would like to share input based on my experience. This is regarding what Ms. Alista shared about the startup and also what just mentioned by Pak Nunu, the entrepreneurship. I had experienced many years working in the entrepreneurship development, especially in West Java, Bandung. And as psychologists, one thing that we consider for developing the entrepreneurship is motivation. So in that time, with my seniors and also with other colleagues from ITB, Bandung Technology Institute, we developed and we trained the entrepreneurs in West Java to improve, to develop their achievement motivation. So I observe now this is not considered anymore, because if we talk about the entrepreneurship, most people always think about the modality, financial modality, but not this psychological dimension. While, according to my experience some years ago, this is a very important internal part of people to develop their entrepreneurship, to develop, and according to the motivation theory, if you have already this motivation, it will become to your action, and the action is doing some business, doing some, develop their business to be more and more developed. That's my experience. Thank you, Pak Luhur.
Thank you. And we are glad we have our minister back in the room. Madam Minister Tri Risma hari ini, kindly please.
Oh, sorry, my name is Miriam. I forgot to introduce. My name is Miriam. I'm from the
sure.
Indonesian Social Work Consortium as part of the ASEAN Social Work Consortium. Thank you.
Noted, Ibu Mariam. Thank you. Madam Minister, floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Luhur. You know that we all of us talk about the data. The data is important thing, but you know that it is not easier to get the data. So we need to work together with the community, with the local and regional government to get the data. Because it is different with another kind of the person. For the disability, we must know how the characteristic of the disabilities. This is important because you know that we know that exactly what the kind of disability, so we can give special needs for disabilities. This is the first one. And the second one is we must together, work together with the community, local and regional government. So with the data, in the 2022, Indonesia government, the government of Indonesia already excludes free foods for persons with disabilities without family. So we give food twice a day for free. And we also, what Alisa mentioned before, that we also give practices for entrepreneur. So we have, you know that before disabilities when the people get the subsidies for the government. So now they became, yes, I don't need any more subsidies for me. We have many disability person and they talk about that. So why the model is not one of important thing for the entrepreneurs, but the important thing is motivation to make them make the trust for the personality to make better their life. So before I met with some of the entrepreneurs from Medan. They use wheelchair in the outside the room. So I give motivation to him to make a better life. Yes, we have program, Elisa. We call it PENA. PENA is we call like Heroes program. Yes, I call for the economic program for the family. There are heroes. So every Saturday and Sunday we give motivation and practices for the small and medium enterprises, also the disabilities. We give training for the quality product, for the how to make market, to get market, better market, and then also branding and packaging for them, and also the permit. It is important to make more especially for the marketing. Yes, we give for free. You know that Indonesia is a very big country, so why we use online for training, but sometimes we give special training, especially when you are tomorrow. I invite you to together to look the program of PENA in our ballet rehabilitation, and you get information, everything about how to the disabilities person to improve their life, not only for the economic, but especially for the spirit of to build the new life. Yes, you know, with the data also, we give equipment for free for person with disability, electric wheelchair, electric chair for accommodate cerebral palsy. This is important because it is more expensive than equipment for disabilities. So the government must be help to get the equipment for better assessment for the disability. We give free smartphone, especially for the blinds, and also for the deaf and for the speech delay. Yes, we give for free smartphone because it is important for disabilities. Also, we give smart watch and smart token because you know that I'm find many you know that my children with disabilities, they get violence from. So I give smartwatch.
We understand, Madam Minister. Take your time. We understand you've been very touched and concerned about these issues very deeply. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, shall I move on? I think we've got the 4 questions very well link one another. Number 1 and 2 is actually talking about the implementation and how we push the agenda faster, because both are questioning and seeing that the result is not yet that fast, not really that fast. Question number 3 and 4, as well as underlined by Madam Minister, is talking about the entrepreneurship and empowerment, which is key areas we've discussed and required more thoughts, more discussion, and as well the importance of the data, whereby Madam Minister asking the participation of all communities to understand the characteristic of individual person with disabilities, so that the government can really modify and the design, the intervention in regards to their needs. Madam Minister also highlighted the smartphone for blind, for example, and PENA, as the tools to have the beneficiaries of social assistance become become able to stand on their own feet. I will turn to panelists and get the response. Probably start with Ms. Sarah, please.
So I want to kind of touch on a few points of the questions and touch on something that the minister mentioned. She mentioned the word motivation, and I want to kind of expand on that point because that goes back to the empowerment and other aspects. A few years ago, actually, when I was running my own nonprofit organization and we used to work in countries like Lebanon, I met this youth with disability. He's at that time, I entered his home, 12 years old at the time, never been to school. Parents abandoned him when he was a kid. Grandparents don't know what to do with him. This is all because he was born blind, okay? And I remember meeting this kid, and I turned to myself and I said I could have easily been in his shoes. The only reason why I'm here is because I had parents that believed in me, parents that really gave me the space to belong, parents that helped me embrace my disability, parents that really empowered me, right? We all as humans have one common desire, is the desire to be seen, to be heard, and to be valued. And that's what parents and the community, should be doing towards persons with disabilities and their kids with disabilities, right? It's this concept of I see you, I hear you, I value. We all need that support. So the question is, how do we support parents to provide that support to their kids? How do we support families to provide that support to the kids? Because parents or families are dealing with their own narratives and stigmas in society. And I think we need to work with families to really be able to bring that empowerment to their kids from a point of embrace who you are. You don't need to be fixed. You have value to contribute. So that's point number one. Point number two on entrepreneurship, there's two sides to this. One is entrepreneurship is so important, and it gives the ability for persons with disabilities to really create more financial independence. But there's only so much entrepreneurship can take us if the system at large is not accessible. We can't scale our businesses. If platforms, let's say e-commerce platforms are not accessible, technology is not accessible, there's only so much we can scale. So we need to make sure that we're actually addressing the system at large and addressing accessibility to make sure we can really scale our enterprises. On the other hand, I don't want businesses and I don't want organizations to avoid the work of inclusivity because like, oh yeah, you could just become an entrepreneur. Businesses actually lose out when they're not able to include and employ persons with disabilities. We bring innovation and creativity. So I don't want entrepreneurship to be, on the other hand, create work avoidance for businesses and organizations. Does that make sense? We need to address from both layers. We need to break down barriers so any person with a disability are able to choose their path of empowerment, financial independence, sustainability, and inclusion. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. So innovation is the key then. Any other panelists would like to add on that? Pak Damanik, probably? Please.
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to ask the question regarding the challenges of the mainstreaming of the right of persons with disability in ASEAN. I think the case in all the world is always the same, that we need to look at the mindset of the society as one of the key challenge that needs to be addressed. So for the ASEAN, the question is about, we already have several instruments since the past. We have the Bali Declaration and Mobilization Framework, and also in 2018 came up with the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. What's somewhat different from these two instruments is that if you look at the mobilization framework, if you look at the list of the action there, it's rather action related to the socio-cultural pillar compared to other two pillars. But in the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, you will see there from the 76 action point, we have 24 action point for the first pillar, the political security, 25 action point for economic pillar, and 27 action point for social cultural pillar. So from those number, you will see there that ASEAN Enabling Master Plan shows the commitment of the ASEAN to really mainstream the right of persons with disability into the all sectors, into the all pillars. So that's why I think this also address the challenges, at least to see that disability is not belong to only certain sector. Let's say only only belongs to the Ministry of Social Welfare in the country context, but rather to look at that disability has to be belong to all ministries, to all sectors. So people will have the same mindset. People will also look at whether the policy among the institution already also inclusive for all persons with disability. So I think that's something that we need to achieve in our region. And it is the right time to talk about this because 2023 is the time for the ASEAN and the member state to do the midterm review of the implementation of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. And we really hope that all countries will share the experience, will share their achievements on how they already implement the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. I would like to also respond to the question from our Madam Minister, Ibu Tri Risma hari ini about data, because I also put that as one of the innovation for partnership. I definitely agree with you, Ibu, that this is not that easy to collect data, to provide data related to person with disability. And it's always become the topic in every discussion regarding person with disability. But the fact that if we want to establish certain policies like social protection scheme or so on, we rely on data. So that's why in our network with OPD partners, with organization of person with disability, we also encourage our partner to work together with the government to collect data as much as they can. So we also teach them how to do monitoring and evaluation based on data. So they are not only criticizing the government, but rather to help the government to also collect data, so we can work together to improve the data itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa? You can add a word.
Okay, thank you. I may not touch on every question because my memory is so short, but anyway, I'll try my best. In order to move the agenda faster, I think we need to work with the communities more. I mean, as much as the people in the nation understands the issue of or the topics of ASEAN, then the people or the communities will help us move the agenda forward rather than working up in the high level only. Communities, by which I mean starting from the grassroots, in our nations, in each nation, do we understand well enough the importance of having disability or enabling master plan in the community related to disability inclusion? If so, then the communities will help us moving the agenda even faster. That's my point of view. And regarding with the entrepreneurship, as well as creating the platform, as Sarah just mentioned, for us to be able to access. Also, the legal side, the legislation side has to be really assist us in creating or sustain ourselves in the entrepreneurship. However, we should not see this entrepreneurship would be the only options or the only way, the only path that person with disability can work on or can move forward. We as everyone here, I think the important thing is the collaboration and the working together. We cannot work alone. OPDs cannot work alone to move the agenda forward. The public sector cannot work alone. Private sector cannot work alone. If we need to move forward the disability inclusion in all aspects, starting from birth until become the senior of person with disability, then all the agendas, all the disability inclusion will definitely be there. If we think to ourselves that one of these days we will become a person with disability, you might not know that one of these days you might lose your hearing, you might lose your sight, you might have a pain in your knees, you might not be able to walk. That's one sign of being a person with disability already. So whatever that we do, doesn't matter really related to employment or education or living standards. If we think about ourselves that we would one day become a person with disability, then I think the agenda of disability inclusion will be included in all the topics that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bootsman, Afka, are you still there online?
Yes, I'm still with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, your comment, please.
Yes, I also wanted to build on this point of empowerment. The special advisor spoke about the support to parents and families. Something that we also try to do is around how colleagues feel safe to disclose that they have a disability, especially those with invisible disability. So how to create an environment that people don't feel any possible repercussions by disclosing their disability, and making the environment more inclusive. This is something that that we are working with. We have a group of what we call advocates, some colleagues who have a disability, others who have not, but who are passionate about the topic and try to really be, let's say, internal facilitators. We haven't given it a word beyond advocates, but to create that environment to be seen and heard and valued, as the special advisor mentioned. I also wanted to say something on the data, as we very recently have done quite in-depth studies on it. I would be very happy to share those with persons who are interested. I will be in touch with the organizers and see how we can share the studies, and as it may be interesting to see what was done very recently on this in this field by the UN. Thank you very much. I'll leave it here.
Thank you. And everyone, I think we are running way behind the schedule, so I have to limit the question and opinions only to the last round, to the last probably one or two questions, if any. From the right-hand side, one, and from Laos, I think. Yes. No. Okay, number two, from Cambodia. So I have to limit this only to these two questions before we have to close the session.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ian Septiana. I am from ASEAN Study Center, Universitas Pasundan, West Java. And my question is related to partnership, like in the field. It is related with in higher education, how to make this institution, higher education, give more support to disability person in the terms of inclusive education, because I think the number of university generally in ASEAN and especially in Indonesia that support or friendly to disability person is still minor. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number two.
Yeah, thank you so much. That gave me the time. Then I do not have the question, but only just share some experience that I really appreciate with Alisa when she said about the people with disability on entrepreneurship. I think entrepreneurship is quite good, but however that we needed to know on how to build the skill inside of the people with disability, because actually when we say about entrepreneurship, it need more contribution and join with all the stakeholders. So stakeholders, like Alisa said about the private sector or public sector, especially for private sector, that they think about their gain and loss and about the benefit. However, when the people with disability, we want to be engaged, to be closely with the private sector, we need to build the motivation and our skillful. So at that time, it's quite easy how to be close with them. Moreover, about the community, like Madam Minister said, Hamarini said, actually community in here that now, for example, the experience in Cambodia during the COVID and the others social issue happened, that actually social protection is one of the way that we can intervention to all the people, especially for the people with disability, by providing how to accompany them and how to make them to be comfortable and give them the chance like the people in the society. So community is very quite important, but however we need to be closely and to be understand, especially about the data. Data, it could be quite good, while the data is very quite quality and to be more in alignment with the need and the flexible of the society and the program of the social protection. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the panelists to respond and to give the final and closing words, starting from Afka this time.
Thank you very much, Minister, all the honorable members of the panel, participants. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that it's not the same being there in person and to actually meet and speak with you. But nevertheless, I appreciate that we have been able to share some of our experiences and reflections on this important topic. We look forward to continue the dialogue and the learning together with all of you, and hopefully next time I will be able to, me or a colleague, join you in person. And also wishing you all the best for the rest of the proceedings today. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Afka. Alisa?
Thank you. I didn't quite get what the questions were, but I tried my best. I'll try. So with the entrepreneurship, right? Okay. With the entrepreneurship working, I think one of the main topic that we really need to address is that I've been talking quite a lot on encouraging persons with disability to be the entrepreneur themselves. However, we shouldn't forget about those who wanting to do products or services that related to disabilities as well. Because as I mentioned earlier, that we cannot work alone. So whoever that wants to establish or have any innovative ideas on disability inclusion, then we should welcome them and encourage them to do more. So it's kind of like working both ways. First, empowered persons with disability to do what they really want to do and let them choose their own choice. Second, we should also promote and encourage those, whoever that wants to do the products or services that related to disability inclusion, because these would be our allies. These people will also working, at some point in their minds, that they think about disability, that's good enough. So it's our responsibility from the disability inclusion person with disability side to ensure that whatever they think, whatever they want to come up with, it's actually that what we want. So we need to work both ways in order to mainstream disability inclusion into our society. We need to work from ourselves, which is a person with disability, and we need to encourage the society to work with us more. Thank you.
Pak Damanik?
Okay. If we talk about empowerment, I think we need to think about two things. First is that empowerment is not only to empower person with disability, but rather to also empower the environment to be able to create enabling environment for person with disability to grow. Second, partnership is very important to achieve the disability inclusion in the society. So if we talk about inclusion, it is also meaning that the efforts should be done not only by person with disability itself, but also should be done by society. Third one, let's collaborate each other. Thank you.
Thank you. The final then, Pak Bambang Seki.
Terima kasih Pak Luhur. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are urged to move faster, put more inputs and allocation of resources I think as much it is also important that we will have to be attentive to the specific needs. So faster and responsive to the specific needs of our people with disabilities. I would only notice that we are working simultaneously on three things actually. So whether we will focus on one or the three elements altogether at one time, as well as we are moving faster, as we are moving faster. First is the development of personal capacity and individual independence, economic independence and productivity, that's one. Secondly is the removal of barriers, the societal barriers, the infrastructure, the regulation, the laws and everything. But the third thing which is emerging is the vulnerability. People with disability who are falls to be victims of unfriendly practices, environmental degradation, droughts, conflicts, and everything else. So moving faster should also be accompanied with our own specific communities partners that will also address the specific needs of our friends. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can come to a conclusion that, in summary, we all agree that we need to do action. We have to do better to push the agenda faster. That's key outtakes number one. Number two, we also all agree that data is the key and required, again, participation from all stakeholders. On the context of partnership, we all agree also that the partnership requires everyone to start with just the right mindset, starting from within our organization, those in our circle of influence instead of circle of concerns. However, to be able to move the stakeholders, it is also key to create a storytelling, just the right storytelling, which also apply to raise public awareness. The third conclusion I can get from the discussion is that the entrepreneurship is indeed a way forward to empowerment of people with disabilities. While of course, I agree with, we all agree with the point from the audience that the social assistance whenever needed, whenever necessary, especially during the COVID, is also a big consideration. So again, implementation is the key. And as one said, the devil is in the details. I encourage the innovation. We all have to work on the innovation, Pak Damanik. I think the technological side, we are ready for that. It's just a matter of how to push it forward, how to create a platform, not only to work together in the national level, but also regional and international level. So with that notes as the conclusion, I would like to close the session and get back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a big applause to the moderator of today, Mr. Luhur Budiarso, and also for all the panelists and the discussion for today. And for that, we will also to invite all the panelists, the discussant, and also the moderator. We are going to give a token of appreciation. We would like to invite to be in front of the stage.
Oh, okay.
For all the panelists, for U.S. Special Advisor on International Disability Rights, Sarah Minkara, and also from the Agenda IFS representative, Mr. Tolhas Damanik, and also for the discussion for today, Professor Bambang Shargi from the Social Work Consortium, and also for the moderator for today, Mr. Luhur Budiarso, Special Advisor for Minister of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to come in front of the stage. We are going to give a token of appreciation. Please give a round of big applause once again. And we would like also say thank you for all the participant for today for being active and give your response, the questions, and also for everything, the energy also for you give for this panel, the second panel for today. And to give the token of appreciation, I would like to invite the Director General of Social Rehabilitation, Ministry of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Pepen Nasaruddin, to give to all the panelists, the discussant, and also the moderator for today. This special token is one of our traditional house. They are made specially for this event, the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability, Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond 2025. We will also invite the keynote speaker for today, Professor Nunung Nuryantono from Ministry for Human Development and Cultural. Thank you very much for giving a beautiful keynote speech for today to start the panel discussion for session 2. We give the, let's call it the souvenirs for the token of appreciation. It was the traditional house from Sumatra. Thank you very much. Bapak boleh berdiri untuk berfoto bersama di tengah-tengah? Iya. Kita akan berfoto bersama. We are going to take photos together. Disilakan. 1, 2, 3. Okay? Good. Thank you very much. Another applause for all the participants, to all of you, also the panelists, the discussant, and also the moderator for today. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to next panel discussions. Thank you very much to all the panelists, the discussant, and also the moderator for today. Thank you very much, Professor Bambang, Pak Luhur, and also Prof. Nunung. Thank you very much. We are going to proceed to next, the panel discussions. For the third panel discussion is about promoting disability inclusive development beyond 2025. ASEAN as the epicentrum of growth. So the topic is to promoting disability inclusive development, of course, beyond 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. Damanik. So Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite all the panelists for today. From the National Commission of Disability, Dante Rikmalia, to come to the stage. Also, Secretary General of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, Siti Rozami Rianti Dato Haji Abdul Rahman, and also Disability Inclusion Specialist, Mr. Said Jufri Badwood, and also from the panelists, from the Chair of ACSS Committee, represented by Indonesia Statistic Bureau, Ibu Diah Ikawati. That's for all the panelists for today. I would like to invite to come to the stage all the panelists for today. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. By coincidence, they are all wearing the same, the black, and very beautiful for today. And I'm going to invite the discussion for today, the Senior Advisor on Healthcare Policy Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area, Antonio Villanueva, to come to the stage as well to joining the panelists. And I would like to invite the moderator for today from the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of Indonesia as Assistant Deputy for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities and Other Persons, Ibu Rosdiana Iskandar. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to start the panel discussions for today's event, we are going to hear the keynote speech from the Executive Secretary of UNESCAP, Ms. Armida Salsia Ali Shahbana, that has been recorded before.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Asia-Pacific region is at a critical juncture in its pursuit of disability-inclusive development. Last year, countries adopted Jakarta Declaration on the Asian-Pacific Decade of Persons with Disability 2023-2032. The declaration builds on past achievement and provides strategic directions for the new disability decade. I would like to highlight a few priority areas for action, which are critical to accelerating disability-inclusive development in ASEAN countries. Harmonizing national legislation with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities lays the foundation for realizing disability rights. A multi-sectoral approach to disability-inclusive development requires mainstreaming disability inclusion into various laws and policies. Secondly, ensuring the meaningful participation of persons with disability is essential for effective policymaking. Diverse disability groups are active contributors to development efforts at all levels. Co-designing initiatives with the disability community can generate innovative solutions that address evolving needs on the ground. Additionally, closing data gaps is key to measuring progress and designing responsive measures. The availability of quality disability data contributes to a better understanding of the barriers and enablers experienced by persons with disabilities. This holds immense significance in societies undergoing rapid changes, such as digital transformation and population aging. Lastly, fostering close partnership with the private sector can catalyze transformative change. Distinguished participants, disability-inclusive business offers great potential to advance disability rights. It is crucial to integrate disability consideration into the development of products and services. In addition, persons with disabilities should be engaged in the business value chain as leaders, employees, suppliers, and consumers. ASEAN has been at the forefront of promoting disability-inclusive development, notably through the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. Moving forward, we should further harness the synergies between the 2030 Agenda, Jakarta Declaration, and sub-regional frameworks. Stakeholders in the region must unite, each contributing their perspectives, expertise, and capabilities. Through collaborative efforts, we can transform our commitment to make the right real for persons with disabilities into concrete action and tangible outcomes. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's the keynote speech from the Executive Secretary of UNESCAP, Ms. Armida Salsia Ali Shahbana. And now we are going to start the panel discussion, our third panel discussion, Promoting disability inclusive development beyond 2025 ASEAN as an epicentrum of growth. For that, I would like to give to the moderator for today, Ibu Rosdiana Iskandar, Assistant Deputy for Empowerment of Persons with Disability and Other Persons, the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of Indonesia. Ibu Rosdiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Tantri, Mbak MC. Good morning all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be a moderator of this panel discussion, the third discussion of our event here. For the next 2 hours, more or less next 2 hours until 1 p.m., together we will discuss on our topic, the Promoting Disability Inclusive Development Beyond 2025, ASEAN as an epicentrum of growth. We will explore possible development of a future regional strategy to strengthen and maintain disability inclusive development. We have here eminent person, our panelists here who are expert in their field. Here we have our panelists, the first, Ibu Dante Rigmalia, the chair of Indonesia National Commission of Disability, and we have Ibu Dia Ekawati, chair of the ASEAN Committee Statistical System Committee, represented by Indonesia Statistic Bureau, and we have Ibu Yanti, it's very long name, the Secretary General of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. Thank you, Ibu Yanti, for being here. And we have, if I missed him, Mr. Francis, any? Okay. We have our discussion here. May I confirm about it? Thank you. Mr. Antonio Villanueva as our discussion for this discussion. Mr. Antonio is a senior advisor on healthcare policy, clinical trials and health development from Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Before we begin this discussion, maybe some of 4 questions of our panelists and discussion may guide us to the context of the discussion. Here, what measure can be taken by ASEAN to realize disability inclusive development in ASEAN member states beyond 2025? How to achieve data-driven disability inclusive development? The importance of disability-sensitive regional legislation, regional commitment to achieve disability inclusive in all sectors of development in the national and regional levels. And the last, the example of local participation and inclusivity as social capital in disability inclusive development to gain meaningful impact, produce locally based learning and ensure sustainability. Without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists to deliver a presentation or comment here. We begin with Ibu Dante. For Ibu Dante, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ibu. Would you please to present my slide? A very good morning to all distinguished guests. Allow me to introduce my name. I am Dante Rigmalia, the chairperson of Indonesian National Commission for Disabilities. I am a person with disabilities. I am hearing aid. I am hard of hearing, using hearing aid on both of my ear, and I also dyslexia. I also wearing the bracelet, we call it groovy, in my hand, It's decided by the Ministry of Social Affairs to help me catch the sound around me that I cannot hear. First and foremost, I would like to thank the committee of the ASEAN High-Level Forum 2023 in providing the accessibility to persons with disability in this important forum by providing the sign language interpreter and closed caption in two languages, the Indonesian and English. The display are clear enough for us, which enable us to access this forum and participate. Our third panel discussion today, titled Promoting Disability Inclusive Development Beyond 2025, ASEAN as Epicentrum of Growth. The Indonesian National Commission for Disability, or known as KND, is pleased get involved in this forum. In May 2023, we can move to slide first, the slide one. In May 2023, the President of Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, raised a question as ASEAN continues to be highlighted by the world. The highlighted question is, can ASEAN centrality be maintained amidst the vortex of big country rivalries? The question intrigued us. The theme of Indonesia chairmanship, ASEAN Matter, Epicentrum of Growth, which focus on three main things need to be done. ASEAN must be effective, relevant, and ASEAN must be beneficial to the people in the region and the world. KND realized that in order to fully implement ASEAN Matters, ASEAN as Epicentrum of Growth, the ASEAN member states together recognize that strategic position of regional cooperation to continuous mainstream the right of persons with disabilities. Knowing that ASEAN has unique and varied cultures, therefore it is essential to harmonize the disability-related concept in the region to be in line with the Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities and other relevant international laws. It is very appreciated that all ASEAN member states have ratified the CRPD, strengthening and promoting the disability inclusive development in ASEAN should be ensured so each person with disabilities enjoy the fulfillment of their rights and fundamental freedom, quality, a good quality of life in line with CRPD principles. In order to do so, making sure the involvement of persons with disabilities in every development process, realizing the concept of leaving no behind should be taken. That being said, ensuring the fulfillment of rights to education, healthcare, workforce, public accessibility, and reasonable accommodation in all areas, including villages. This can be implemented by involving all related stakeholders, including NGOs and other ASEAN bodies, such as ICHAIR, ACWC, and strengthening the task force on mainstreaming of the right of people with disabilities in ASEAN community, and also implementing the enabling master plan. Also strengthening the ASEAN Disability Forum, Asia Pacific Center on Disability, and other experts to consult. It is also fundamental that all members of society, including persons with disabilities, to be able and motivated to participate in social, economic, and political activities at both the local and national levels in order to develop and maintaining inclusive societies. Next slide, please. KND, which was established in 2021 and reported directly to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, the first period has put 6 priorities issues in respecting, protecting, fulfilling, promoting, and enforcing the right of persons with disabilities in Indonesia, which are ending stigma and discrimination, disability data, right to education, right to health, right to workforce, and right to social welfare. KND believes that accessible data are critical for reducing prejudice, stigma, and discrimination toward disabilities. Therefore, the involvement of persons with disabilities in all data collection processes and outcomes are critical. This will help to ensure that their experiences and needs are effectively reflected in evidence produced. This also leads to build an integrated data collecting system to be used in development planning. We do aware of the challenges, including the disaggregated disability data, therefore establishing the aggregated data, which include the description, the special condition and need of people with disability is a must. As also stated on the ASEAN Declaration on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership for a Resilient ASEAN Community, that willingness to share relevant, reliable, and valid and comparable disability data in partnership with relevant ASEAN sector bodies and think tank organizations affiliated with ASEAN should be also be put into action. Next slide, please. For each ASEAN member state, it is important to increase the capacity of the government as the duty barrier to fulfill the right of persons with disabilities. Therefore, is it crucial for the government bodies to fully understand the human right, specifically the right of persons with disabilities, and to also have disabilities perspectives. In the regional level, it is important to maximize the role of ASEAN organs and bodies, encouraging the active participation of community organizations, including organizations of people with disabilities, to increase stakeholder involvement and partnership. It is necessary to continue to promote stakeholder meetings to promote and implement sustainable, inclusive development. We also need to enhance the collaboration, including the use of assistive technology, as each ASEAN member state has different progress in the technology development and use. It is very important for us as people with disability. The next slide, please. We have seen some good practices in Indonesia. As an example, the establishment of the Indonesian Law Number 8 in 2016 on persons with disabilities, and also the establishment of KND is one of the examples of local participation and inclusiveness where persons with disabilities involved in the process. Besides optimizing the duties and function of ministries and institutions to take responsibility for fulfilling the person with disabilities right, KND carries out monitoring, evaluating, and advocacy on the implementing of respecting, protecting, and fulfilling of the right of persons with disabilities in ministries and institutions in Indonesia. KND collaborate with various stakeholders in executing the duties. Another example, KND collaborate with Ministry of National Development Planning or Bappenas in preparing activity program plan for ministry or institution and regional government that mainstream disabilities issues. KND also collaborate with the Ministry of Social Affairs through various programs in accordance with the duties of Ministry of Social Affairs. KND has the contact center, which provides services compliance and aspiration. In sorting the issues specifically on the complaint received, KND collaborate with Ministry of Social Affairs through the REPLA system, two integrated center under the Ministry of Social Affairs. KND also work with the university in improving the quality of education of persons with disabilities through higher education. Continuously advocacy with local and national government has been conducting as well, while at the same time, KND also work with persons with disabilities and organization of persons with disabilities. We are all working together toward inclusion in Indonesia, specifically in creating disability inclusive Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dante, for the informative presentation. We can see that here, an informative perspective on how to realize disability inclusive development. We have to emphasize here that on ensuring the involvement of, to ensure the involvement of the PWD, the disability, in every development process, and it has to be supported by aggregated data, reliable and valid data, as well as legislation or commitment. And now we have very pleasure to invite our second speaker, Ibu Yanti. The time is yours.
Terima kasih, Ibu Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, our senior officials on social welfare and development, our distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to actually be here as one of the panelists to also share in the perspective of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. Now, throughout the years, ASEAN has consistently affirmed its commitment to promote and protect the rights and welfare of persons with disabilities through various frameworks. It's what we actually heard today from the previous panelists as well, initiatives and also strategic measures. When we actually listed the initiative that we've seen globally, we've seen the UN Convention that touched on the right of persons with disabilities beginning of 2006, then the Bali Declaration in 2011, and so on with the ancient strategy. We have a list of frameworks, policies, declarations that we have actually seen ever since 2006 from the UN Convention. And we are based in 2018 with the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025 that sets clear targets in terms of what needs to be delivered. It's a good start. Now, there are still many key actions that require strategic programs and also collaborative from all stakeholders, including ASEAN sectoral bodies, entities, across the three pillars. I think the question goes back to, are we accelerating enough? We've started this, we've had programs, declarations, now the Enabling Master Plan of ASEAN 2025. Let me share a bit with regards to what IPA is. IPA stands for the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. The main aim and purposes of IPA is to encourage understanding and to promote closer cooperation and close relations among parliamentarians of ASEAN members and other parliamentarians organizations. It is a legislative arm of ASEAN. IPA plays an instrumental role in supporting and facilitating and familiarizing the policies aimed at realization of the ASEAN goals and objectives towards a united, inclusive, and resilient ASEAN community. Basically, ASEAN Charter basically comes to force in 2008, and IPA was officially included as the only sole parliamentary organization associated to ASEAN under the Annex 2 of the ASEAN Charter. Now, we are basically glad to actually see during the 43rd ASEAN Summit, where the ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Declaration with regards to disability, inclusive development, and partnership for a resilient ASEAN community, and looking at the possible development of a future regional strategy to strengthen and maintain disability inclusive development, ensuring its inclusion in ASEAN Vision post-2025 towards the 2045. Now, as one of the key stakeholders in the region, I would like to share some of our data. Now, we actually look back our existence of 46 years, the existence of IPA. And so far, we've actually have about 991 resolutions adopted during our General Assembly, and that includes this year, which we just had in August. And out of the 991 resolutions, I must say, we only have 2 resolutions adopted that really explicitly touched on disability. That is in 2010 and 2018. But we actually have 5 also resolutions throughout, implicitly touches on disability. So I think the question is, are we giving enough awareness? If we look at under IPA, we have 991 resolutions adopted throughout the 46 years. Only 7 of the resolutions really touches with regards to implicitly on disability, inclusivity, and explicitly on disability. And that's the reason why I raised my question before the panel with regards how can we push this further? And the question goes back to, are we actually accelerating enough? We do understand that the declaration reflected a conviction that ASEAN will continue to uphold this. It's a commitment to an inclusive community where no one is left behind. However, in developing a future regional strategies, we also have to ensure that all stakeholders, including entities of ASEAN, are involved to make sure that the measures we have put in place are effective, progressive, and strategic. We from the IPA would like to take part in the process that we could actually have a better picture of what are parliamentary measures required for the implementation of any future regional strategy. And I would like to quote this again. I see you, I hear you, and I value you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Yanti, for sharing lesson learned from the AIPA. And now I would like to invite Ibu Dia Ikawati from Indonesian Statistic Bureau, Chair of ACSS Committee, to deliver the presentation. The time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, distinguished delegates, Asian member states and partner countries, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dia Ikawati. On behalf of the chair of ACSS committee, which is BPS Statistics Indonesia, I would like to extend sincerely apologies from our chair that he cannot present by himself today, and on behalf of the chair, it is indeed a privilege and it's honor for me to present about the importance of data provision and promoting disability inclusive development beyond 2025. Next slide, please. And the next one. Okay, so first of all, I would like to talk about the fundamental for disability statistics measurement, and we can move to the next slide. The Asian Community Vision in 2025 showcased Asian resolve in realizing an inclusive and responsive community that ensure its peoples enjoy human rights and fundamental freedoms to promote a high quality of life and equitable access to opportunities for all. Specifically, to promote and protect the rights and welfare of persons with disability through various framework, initiative, and strategic measure, and also has been mentioned this morning by Ms. Afke Busman and also Pak Tolhas Damanik and the panelists before, Ibu Dante. It is clear that toward an inclusive and accessibility future for all, the provision of data on disability plays a significant role. If there is no data, there is no policies. To monitor the development process, we need the accurate, timely data. However, one important issue that has been raised by our Minister of Social Affairs, Ibu Tri Risma Harini this morning as well, that the data on disability is a rare case. It's difficult to measure because there is a stigma in society that people tend to hide if there is a people with disability live in their household or in their family. However, just for the information, BPS Statistics Indonesia have been collaborate before with the Ministry of Social Affairs to develop questionnaire for disability, specific survey on disability. However, for some reason at that time, the survey has been canceled. So moving forward to this slide, a wide range of international, regional, and national regulatory frameworks is in place to protect the rights of persons with disabilities, especially in Indonesia. The Convention on the Rights of Persons of Disabilities, or CRPD, is the foremost UN convention to ensure the right of persons with disabilities worldwide, where the goal is to promote, protect, and to ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. And the second one, from the UN 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development, specifically includes persons with disability as well as persons in vulnerable situations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, where the goal is to leave no one behind. And the third one, the important thing, is the Law of Republic Indonesia number 8, year 2016, concerning person with disabilities, where the goal is realizing equal rights and opportunities for people with disability toward a life that is prosperous, independent, and without discrimination. And we can move to the next slide, please. However, data in disability in Indonesia is scattered among agencies in Indonesia. We realize that the provision of data in disability is very important, but this is the crucial issue, that the data still scatter around agencies and it is not yet to be integrated. We can see in the slide that there are some ministries that collect data on disability. The first one is Ministry of Social Affairs, which is the main focus is to increase coverage and social welfare programs for persons with disabilities, and the attention for persons with disabilities, and also how to expand the coverage and utilization of persons with disability cards. And the second one, another ministry is Ministry of Health, also collect data on disabilities. They expand the participation and benefit of national health insurance, or we call it JKN in Indonesia, especially for persons with disabilities. And the third one, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology also collect the data on the access to education for persons with disabilities according to ability but still not by age. And also providing and expanding access to inclusive education like has been mentioned previously in the yesterday panel. And for the Ministry of Home Affairs, they are responsible to increase the document ownership for persons with disabilities. For the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, they need to collect data on people on disabilities for the accommodation and also for the transportation, infrastructure, adequate building standard for persons with disabilities in order for the easy public access for this person. And also the access to inclusive public information for persons with disabilities. And the last one is the Ministry of Manpower, which is concerned in the employment, the expansion of employment opportunities with persons with disabilities, and also policy implementation of inclusive employment for persons with disabilities. And one of the important also, how to increase the number of private companies that employ at least 1% of the number of workers with disabilities, and state-owned enterprise, which is at least 2% of the workforce being people with disabilities. Next slide. And we move to the provision of disability statistics in Asian member states. And here we can see that in the Asian level, the list of global SDG target and indicators which address the inclusion of persons with disabilities can be shown in the table, which is, it is included in goal number 1, how to end poverty in all its forms everywhere, and also in goal number 4, how to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And for the goal number 8, how to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. And goal number 10, how to reduce inequality within and among countries. And goal number 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And the last one is stated in goal number 16, how to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. However, there are some issues in the provision of the data in these indicators. Next slide, please. Currently, ACSS has no specific initiative for collecting disability-related data, except those under the SDG indicators. And for the level in the Asian level, in the current list of the Asian SDGs indicators that has been mentioned before, there was only one indicator that has been disaggregated by disability status, which is in target 4A1, proportion of school by level of school with access to adapted infrastructure and material for students with disabilities. And the working group on the SDGs indicator is committed to gradually improving the number of indicators from the SDGs indicators to be disaggregated to be provided by the disability status. Next slide. However, there are still some challenges in to do so. The common issue faced by the Asian member states regarding the SDGs indicators on data collection is, of course, the irregular survey and also the ad hoc survey in each country among the Asian countries. The data only available when the survey was conducted. So the second one is this survey only provided maybe in the wide interval such as 3, 4, 5, or 10 years apart. That's why it needs to strengthen interagency cooperation and coordination to make the data available. And the data were extracted from the international sources, which is mean that the country had to rely on the respective agency in terms of the data availability. Because we realized that to collect the data on disabilities is still hard to do because we need specific budget to do the spatial survey on disabilities. That's why the provision of, there is still gap in the provision of data disabilities among the Asian countries. Next slide. And how the case in Indonesia? What have been done to measure disability statistics in Indonesia? There are some challenges in collecting disability in Indonesia. The first one is data limitation, which is disability data often spread across different agencies but not yet been integrated. Different standard, different concept definition, different classification. That's why we still have homework how to integrate. And the first one is how to standardize the data among the agencies in Indonesia. And the second one is inconsistent classification and definition. And the third one is the underreporting because there is still stigma on people with disabilities, especially in the rural areas. They tend to hide if they have people with disability living in their household or in their family. That's why it is hard for the enumerators to collect the data for the disabilities. And the fourth one is the accessibility limitation. Some people with disability may face limitation in accessing the data collection process. Budante has mentioned before that it is important to integrate, to include people with disabilities in the data collection process. Maybe we can include the disabled people to the enumerators in the survey related to disability because they are the ones that really understand about disability. And the fifth one is the lack of interagency coordination because each agency has their own purpose, has their own target. Lack of coordination between agencies and sector involved in disability data collection can hinder the effective integration and exchange of information. That's why we need to sit together. We need to realize that this data is not belong to each agency. This data belong to the government Indonesia. So it is important to provide one Indonesia data related to disability. And the sixth one is the rapid change and development. Disability situation can change rapidly due to factors such as policy change or disasters or technological development. And the last one is lack of resources. Collecting and managing disability data requires adequate human, financial, and also technology. Next slide, please. This is the framework that we use to collect data on disability in Indonesia. To maintain the continuity of disability data in the national level and also in the global level, the Washington Group has been implemented in the questionnaire development. And the second one, we also applied the recommendation for the law number 8 2060 regarding person with disabilities. So we combine all of those framework when we collect data in the implementation of long long-form 2020 Indonesia population census. We also collect data on disability prevalence, and we also have another data source, which is from the National Socioeconomic Survey, also collect data on disability. However, from this Susanas, only apply the Washington group. Next slide. This is the comparison between the Washington group and also the law number 8, 2016, concerning person with disabilities. Whether in the Washington group, disability is classified by disability in vision, hearing, mobility, cognition or remembering, mental health and psychological disability, and communication, as well as self-care, whereas in the law number 8, 2016, concerning person with disabilities, the disabilities is classified by physical disability, intellectual disability, mental disability, and sensory disability. And this is the history. In the next slide, this is the history how we include the question about disability in our census. On 8 June 2020, Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic Indonesia sent a recommendation to BPS Statistics Indonesia to consider the various indicators of disability listed in the law number 8 in the preparation of the long-form 2020 population census. And here, we divided person with disability into two categories, which is it can be the factors that cause disability since birth, and also can be factors that cause disabilities not since birth. And then it is classified by person with physical disabilities, and then intellectual disabilities, mental disabilities, sensory disabilities, and multiple disabilities. The next slide. And how we transform in our questionnaire. We collect data on disabilities for people aged 2 years and above, and we include the question about vision disability, hearing, communication, mobility, upper body activities, cognition, intellectual, anxiety and depression, self-care, and also cause of disabilities on self-care. And the next one. However, there are still some important issues on the provision of this data. For the first one is about the threshold in measuring disability. Yes, we collect data for people aged 2 years and above. However, we only present the disability data for the age 5 years and over because it can provide more accurate data. If we provide data, if we disseminate data on the people with disability age 2 up for age year, I think it could be misleading because, for example, for some children and at certain age, maybe they cannot still talk or walk. It's not because they are disabled, because maybe the development is still a bit lower than other children. And the second one is disability prevalence and characteristics of disability. We collect from not only from the population census, but also from the survey. However, since the sample from the census is quite big, it can provide better measure, but it is very timely because we collect the data from the census or intercensal population survey is every 5 or 10 years. And if we rely from the survey, it is need a big sample because data on disability is very rare case. So if we want to provide the quality data, we need to have big sample of this survey. And the last one is the use of disability information only for disaggregating indicators according to disability status. household survey could provide disability information at regular basis, but with limited sample size, it may only provide disability information by aggregating the indicators, but not on the prevalence of disability. The next slide, and this is the example of the result 2020 long-form population census.
Can you make it faster?
Okay.
Yes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this one, based on the data from the 2020 long-form population census, we can see that the prevalence people with disability in age 5 years and old is around 1.43% of the total population. However, if we disaggregate it by sex, the higher percentage is among female population, which is 1.53% compared to male, which is only 1.34%. And then if we break down by type of disability and also by sex, we can see in the graph below that the percentage of female population with disabilities are higher than male, only in the emotional and thinking, and the wider gap we can see is in the walking disability. The next slide, please. And this one is example of SDGs indicators. We can move to the next slide. We can see that in here, children out of school rate, the highest percentage as shown in the senior high school or equivalent if we compare to the middle school or the primary school for the disabled people. And the next one, next slide. And here, the proportion of women in managerial position, we can see that generally the proportion of women in the managerial position has decreased compared to the previous years. And the next one. And this is the important thing, the proportion of people living below 50% of median income. We can see that the proportion of people with disabilities who live below 50% of median income is higher than those in the total or people without disabilities. So in the last one, to end this presentation, I would like to highlight some key points on how to achieve data-driven disability inclusive development. Data of persons with disabilities is essential for the inclusive development policies. However, in the case of Indonesia, data collection of the disability has been carried out by various agencies and not yet integrated. Therefore, it is necessary to map the condition of existing data on persons with disabilities, including indicators or variables across agencies. So that policy making can be more accurate, it is necessary to integrate, to produce reliable, timely data indicators that disaggregated by disability. Therefore, sectoral collaboration and partnership among government agencies as well as with the UN agencies in the frame of Indonesia One Data in producing disability statistics is urgently needed. And the last one is in the context of provision data on disability on the Asian level. Initiative.
Is it possible 1 more minute?
Yes, this is the last one. The initiative related to providing disability data among Asian member states need to continue to be encouraged and improved over time. Thank you, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. I think we still have challenge for this data for the ASEAN and also the disability statistic. And every institution, agency have their own data. It's not yet integrated, and it's our homework. Together we have to work on this challenge. Now our last panelist, apologize, Pak Said, that I didn't mention you from the first time. Now the floor is yours. Okay, Pak Said Jufri Babud, Disability Inclusion Specialist. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Ros. So I would like to thank everyone for this great opportunity in the ASEAN High-Level Forum Disability Inclusive Development Partnership Beyond 2025, and my grateful also to all attendants, panelists, key speaker, moderator, and all committee members. In next couple of minutes, I will share the kind of the information like innovasi program experience regarding how the data, how disability data and policy are improving access to quality education in Indonesia. Previously, I want to give a brief about innovasi program. So I am actually from innovasi program, which is this is a partnership between ASEAN and Indonesia government through three ministry, with education ministry, religious affairs, and then national development planning agency. This program actually start in 2019 and will be end at this end of this year. Three main area of this sharing will focus on the supporting access to quality education for children with disability in Indonesia. First, regarding to the data on disability and children educational support needs, and then teacher capacity development, and the last is about reasonable accommodation policy for access and quality inclusive education for children with disability. I will try to more elaborate what already present by Ibu Dia, but our space is only for primary level education and secondary and high. So we not start analysis from 5X children. So based the data analysis of social economy survey in 2021, it was recording that more than 700,000 school-age children were identified as children with disability. From that total number, only 79% who have access to education system at school. So we still don't know what happened with more than 200,000 children out of school. So when we compare with non-disability children school age, we reach Indonesia actually already reached like 92% children who access in education system from the total number 45 million children in 2021. But this percentage still showing the high margin or gap between children with disability and children without disability. So we look this participant rate for children with disability by gender. It still use the same data from Susenas 2021. Overall, boys with disability are more vulnerable than girls. So the participant rate for girl is higher than boy, especially in later education. So when the level of education is continuing, the drop off of boy and also the girl actually is showing big and big. That is more about the access, and then we look at the quality. Actually, how the quality that children with disability get when they come to school. So this one actually based on the result from the study that was conducted by Inovasi. Maybe next slide, please. So we saw that students with disability who live in the rural area with female population on 60% have low literacy achievement until 87%. And boys who live in the rural, like 80% who live in the village have low literacy standard achievement of SGD reaching literacy SGD standard reaching 91%. So it's look like they come to school only sit and did not learn anything at school. It look like the data. So this certain requires serious attention considering that multiple vulnerability. So multiple vulnerability factor are different children apart from disability itself, both access to education and quality of education. And then next slide, please. If we look the availability, the number of the distribution and the teacher who have desired competency, but with special education background, we saw here Indonesia already have 22,000 more teacher with special education competency, but the distribution more focused in the Java Island. So we do not fulfill in many regional of Indonesia school. So when we see this distribution of teacher and number of teacher, and it's not surprise when we found that the literacy, about low literacy achievement by children with disability is very low, because this is why where the children live in the village or rural area, they will more difficult to find the teacher as their accommodation for the learning. Next slide, please. So how implements the policy to improve access to quality in Indonesia? So the most principle or the most important thing, so improving the disability data in the national education data management system is required. So when we mean management system, we not only talk about the student, but we also talk about the teacher, also talk about the facility, especially for at the school level. So today, actually, there is ongoing process currently for school to provide disability data using functional disability approach. Actually, this is what already mentioned by Ibu Dia. We use the Washington Group tool. We do some adjustment to make fit with the education context. So what we will get from the data, so we use the instrument called its Profil Belajar Siswa or Learning Student Profile. So what we got, the learning accommodation required using the existing curriculum, because Indonesia now using curriculum Merdeka. So we want to get that information from the teacher. And the need of the number teacher with special education competency, and then the special teacher management at disability unit service by subnational government, and the need of the expertise, it's mean not teacher but like medical or another support, including the assistancy for the teacher at the classroom, and then the budget support required. It's related on the operational budget, school operational budget, or another budget to support. Actually, the point is how to fulfill the reasonable accommodation that need by children with disability to get the quality of access of education. And maybe next slide. So actually, this is my last slide. So this is ongoing work to consider. So we still need to reduce the stigma about disability in school and community, and then increase the partnership between organization, people with disability, with subnational, and also the collaboration like like Pak Toh has said before, with the health, social, and education, and then link it the data of school children with disability through family cards, and then potential link to early child data, and the last improvement partnership with university and teacher training institution. That's last for me, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Syed, for sharing interesting data on education on children with disabilities, boys and girls. We may discuss this more later, yeah. And now, last but not least, after we hear our four panelists, let's hear from our discussion from Dr. Antonio Villanueva. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. This morning is very pleasing to see such good detailed presentations. It was good to hear from Professor Dr. Alice Jabana, also Ibu Dante, about data collection, the need, about ASEAN stakeholders, and from Madame Siti about the support, the guide from ASEAN, and from Ibu Dia, a very, very detailed presentation. Actually, really enjoyed that. All of the statistics needs and current status, as well as from Sir Said. Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to follow the guide questions in discussing. So the first, what measures can be taken by ASEAN to realize disability inclusive development in AMS beyond 2025? So I would like to refer to AREA. Again, AREA is the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Please note ASEAN and East Asia, as well as three neighbors. So East Asia, of course, is Japan, China, Korea, and the three neighbors aside from ASEAN are Australia, New Zealand, and India. I believe Timor-Leste will soon become a member, or at least observer in ASEAN. So all of our projects are tailored to ASEAN with the help of East Asia and its neighbors. I would like to answer with regard to the stakeholders. So we do have projects with that will surpass beyond the 2025. And for example, there is the JP, which is Japan ASEAN DDI, Developmental Disorders Initiative. And this was actually started between research and dialogues between Japan and Indonesia. And among the outcomes is the IDD, the Indonesia Developmental Disorders Network. Okay. This followed the example of the JDD, Japan Developmental Disorders Network. So it's making use of members whose data and whose contributions to promoting the awareness about disabilities can be expressed through of course, the data bank, and as well as through the network, through the different dialogues and forums similar to this one. Okay. And as I mentioned yesterday, one of the projects there is the Parents Guidebook, something that can help the parents. We heard from a previous panelist earlier this morning that is a very important role of parents. And so that guidebook will help to improve not only the quality of life of those with disabilities, but also the parents of those with disabilities. And as I mentioned yesterday, the project report will be submitted to ASEC, SOMSWAD, in hopes to contribute beyond 2025. And insofar as that, by the way, what involved the research between Japan, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. And moving forward, area is now going to involve research with Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. And of course, we would like to, as a request from ASEAN, as requested from ASEAN, to, as much as possible, include all nations in ASEAN in our research. Of course, it depends as well on funding. With regard to funding, let me kindly add that funding not only comes from area, but as well JIF. If you've heard of JIF, that is the Japan ASEAN Initiative Fund. Yes. Okay. Second question, how to achieve data-driven disability inclusive development? We've heard this morning that statistics is in need of improvement, and absolutely is necessary for policymakers to know how many people will be affected by their policies, where the budget is going. And I'd just like to comment that I receive every 2 weeks on my cell phone from ASEC Health Unit statistics on different causes of different conditions in health. I wanted to say morbidity, but morbidity is health illnesses, for example, dengue, malaria, etc., updated every 2 weeks. And so the point there is that perhaps some of the appropriate ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Affairs, the statistics, maybe can also check with ASEAN on how ASEAN is able to do that, because I believe the statistics, census, national census, that was mentioned is taken every 5 to 10 years, is oftentimes in most countries not updated. Okay? And if health statistics can do every 2 weeks, then perhaps at least once a year, maybe this can also be done for the developmental disorders and disabilities using a similar network. Okay. Also, with regard to data-driven disabilities, we learned from the pandemic that education, when our children were not at home, education can also be modularized online. And education is very important to provide opportunities, training for the disabled in order to also enter the workforce later. And this is also possible not only by inclusion, yes, of course, inclusion, but perhaps faster can be data-driven through the different technologies that we have, including online. Some of our universities already offer not only for disabled, but for those without disabilities, online options. Okay. Let's move to the third, importance of disability-sensitive legislation regional commitment. Earlier, Alisa, who I met yesterday, she mentioned that something that struck me about we may not be disabled now, but in order for us to feel the need for the disabled, we can think that someday we might be. And that's not only by accident, but also through our aging. And sometimes we need our policymakers to also feel. So perhaps that can be a perspective, a change in the outlook or a paradigm shift, that to realize that it's not only people helping disabled, but also people preparing for a possibility of becoming disabled. And from the economist viewpoint, how significant, for the policymakers' viewpoint, how significant is the population, the statistics of the disabled? And we have heard that 1.something% from Indonesia, I think from other ASEAN countries, also similar statistics. But I was just checking online, and with updated statistics in the United States, it's more than 10%. And so that is a very significant population. And when you think about 10%, that refers to when we define the disabled as those who have independent living difficulties, not both physical and mental learning. So being able to accommodate and take care of our disabled and also our future if we become disabled is also significant economically to each nation. Okay. And finally, the example of local participations. I will just mention that in area, I'm very happy to work there because there's an environment of care for health and well-being, and this extends as well to those who have physical conditions, disabilities. We do have consultants who have disabilities, and they are very well taken care of, is what I can say. So there is no discrimination from age, sex, gender, and including disabilities. And I would hope that it is possible for all companies, all organizations to also practice not only vision, not only words, not only vague speeches, but actually practice what is written down. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Villanueva, for the clear response of the 4 questions of our topic today. And now we've come to discussion, and I'm glad to hear response, questions or comments from our distinguished guests and participants here. And please raise your hand. Also mention your name, organization, institution, and also country. And probably for specific questions, please mention also to whom your question is addressed. Please. Okay, from that side.
Terima kasih banyak for your speech, your speaking. Good afternoon and selamat siang. I have a combination of observation and questions, and allow me to just ask in general, and if the panelists and the discussants can aid each other in answering these questions. First of all, one observation is ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 20.
Can you please mention your name?
Oh, sure.
And, yeah.
Wana, former Executive Director, ASEAN Training Center for Social Work and Social Welfare. The first point, for ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025, I mean, I talk to my friends who are academicians in the academics and in ASEAN, and if they are not aware of it, how would you anticipate the public to being part in fulfilling the goal? People would ask, what's in it for me? But compared to SDGs, they set up a mechanism. It's called Global Compact, where they engage the private sectors. So this would be a question whether are there any mechanism to help reaching that? This is the macro question. Second macro question is that in business, okay, applying my economics background, we talk about tax rebate, how many percent if you employ the disabilities, as opposed to if they employ disabilities, they have to create the ramps, the bathroom, the restrooms. But if we continue having option of paying certain amount, fixed amount to the fund, several companies would prefer to pay the fixed amount as opposed to creating supporting facilities for this group. Except if you can for example, making a law, for example, like in India, you pay 2% of your profit margin for this funding, in addition to employing the disabilities. So I'd like to hear the view from the government side. And this fund can go to CSO and government for infrastructure. On a little bit micro questions or observation, considering cultures of the people in the region, for example, one of the field study that we took the student in social protection course to is the Bangkok School for the Blind. Out of 14 or 15 schools in Thailand, only 2 are government-owned and funded. And the funding only is about 10%. 90% are fundraised by individual donors who walked in and donate 500 to 1,000 Thai baht on their birthday, or foundations. Okay, and the rest, 6 of 7, they are mobilized by foundation. So this micro point is that we might have to consider taking into individualistic micro and macro together. For example, applying human development theory, their neurology, their behaviors. For example, how do you enforce people to wear helmet nationwide? Is it because of the enforcement? Is this the punishment? Or how do you do that? So same thing, if you want to enforce people to concern of the disabilities. And when I said multiple disciplinaries, for example, those with special needs, they are very good at doing certain job. If you give them plastic bottles or cups, they can tell quickly by touching these materials are clear cups, or the white thicker cups, or so and so. So they can have certain job that's specialized for them that average Joes cannot do it. So that's a model for PPP, maybe for startup. I remember I went to the Philippines, spending probably 3 times, half a month, in private sector. They get 20% discount for people with disability, and they can enforce that to private. And last point, yesterday I mentioned about World Mental Health Day, and I watched the news on one of the ASEAN channel, TV channel, not Indonesia. They have the title at the bottom of the screen that WHO reported 260 million people in Southeast Asia living with mental health. Regardless, if you can Google right now on WHO, or you can get the sources, but whether it's 1 in 3 or 1 in 7, that numbers are data-driven and alarming. And we can apply all of this into our frameworks of thinking from individual, micro, human development, neurology, behavioral, to the macro policy. Just question and board observation if anyone would like to take. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I saw any other comment or questions? Yeah, I saw on my right over there. Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you for the chance given to me. My name is Aditya from Pusat Rehabilitasi Yakum, Yogyakarta. And we mainly working in the grassroots level to assist and empower people with disabilities in local and to national level. And I would like to ask 2 questions actually. The first one is for Ibu Dante from National Commission of Disability. And since Ibu Dante has already said that when every country in ASEAN has already ratified the CRPD, and what I would like to ask is how the civil society like us conduct the monitoring from the implementation of CRPD ratification. And it is not only in the national level, but also in the local and up to the village level. And is there any reporting mechanism on how we are as the community to monitor the implementation of CRPD ratification? And the second one is I would like to ask to the lady from National Statistic Agency, and it is because I am very agree with the point of the disability data, because in the local level, the what has been happen is the disability data is spread into the various office and various agency. And what I would like to ask is whether on how the is there any planning from the government to integrate the disability data, especially the data from individual disability. Since what happened for now is disability data is integrated into the DTKS, Data Terpadu Kesejahteraan Sosial, which based on the family data. And sometimes there are people with disabilities who are not come from a poor family, and so they are do not inputted or included in the DTKS data. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one more, and then we will have the response of our panelists and discussion. Okay. Anyone? Okay, from Laos. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me opportunity. So I just would like to share some lessons from our country. But first of all, I would like to saying that the statistics in our country is similar to what is the Indonesian statistic has presented. So I still agree that the data driving is very important, but still seeing some rooms that we need to further digging or investigating about the data in different angle. What statistics have is only we are looking at the impact indicators. So for the implementing and the outcome, other indicator is still really needed to have some kind of data collection, whatever through the means of the data collection from the admin or from the survey sites. So that is one thing that I would like to say, that we need to have kind of another data collection, parallel with this data from the survey and censuses. The second point I want to raise is about the situation of the looking at the data on disability statistics. There are many organizations looking in the data from using different concepts and methodologies. For example, in our case, we have through the census, we have very low number of the disability statistics, about 2.8 from the population census. But from the sample survey, we have very high incidence of this disability statistics, about 7 to 8%. So from the world, from the WHS data, it's still very high, more than 10%. So those are very difficult for sometimes the users to access the data, but it still depends on the purpose of the data that we produce. So that is one observation that we need to have quite a common understanding what kind of the data we need to have in policy formulation in the country. The third one I would like to share with you about how Laos also moving forward to have the complying with the international standard on methodology and data collection. So before the upcoming population census, we also open wider stakeholders to have the the contribution, the ideas on the engagement of the people here. We also invite the OPDs and other society organizations to involve and contribute the idea on how we should collect the data through the census and from the 25 population census in our country. So we agree that to include the Washington group recommendation, a set of data or a set of questionnaire, we need to put it in. And we also come up to the final stage of the questionnaire finalization. So that is what I want to share with you, but however, I agree with one of the suggestions that make here, how we're gonna make to have a better way of data integration in the country. We do have the different set of data and different line ministry and organization also collecting the data. So this would be one of the ASEAN help ASEAN. Maybe we can come up with a concrete type of, moving forward to have the harmonization in terms of the data in the country. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Excellency. I think we have to, one more. Okay, one more. And then we have to limit the questions and response since we have a limitation of time. Okay, the last one from Philippines, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Salamat pagi to everyone. First of all, I'm very happy to see my friend there, the panelist, the Secretary General of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. Your presence here, SG Yanti, I think says a lot about the importance that you're giving to this issue of disability. You have a very important meeting in Jakarta, but you opted to be here. I'm actually flying back at 1 o'clock. So anyway, I just have to make a few points. You know, in the ASEAN Charter, the preamble of the ASEAN Charter starts with the words, "We the peoples." And that's why it's very important that we have this dialogue on this very important issue, because this is really going to the heart of the goals of ASEAN. So what I'd like to highlight is that the theme of Indonesia, the epicentrum of growth, we have to understand that ASEAN is very dynamic, and in order to continue this development trajectory, I think we need to incentivize the private sector. That's very important. We talk about value, we talk about changing mindsets. And in order to change mindsets, I think we have to start also with the mindsets of the employers. No amount of legislation will change things if the employers themselves are not able to see the value of providing jobs and livelihood to people with disabilities. And I conferred with my colleague here from the Department of Labor and Employment of the Philippines. And one of the things that we are looking at is how to incentivize the provision of jobs to people with disabilities. For example, they have this return to work program. If a worker had disability because of job-related incidents, they can have this, they can avail of the funds under the Return to Work program to make sure that the Ministry of Labor and Employment helps the employers to make sure that the worker has a safe space. You know, they will modify the workspace, they will help the employer modify the workspace so that it becomes in tune with the needs of the person with disability. Also, the other way to incentivize is to promote good practices like models for replication of other establishments. And we have in the Philippines the National Council on Disability Affairs that have a lot of programs in order to incentivize the employers, and maybe even some legislation that would make it imperative for the employers to be maybe fined for violations of some laws and regulations. So these are some of the ideas that we have in the Philippines. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Now I invite the panelists to respond to the comments and questions from participants, and probably from Budia. Start from Ibu Dia, because so many about data here. Yeah, and also over there.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Responding on the question about the data availability, or maybe we can focus on the One Data Indonesia. In the data stewardship, or we call it in Indonesia, BPS Statistics Indonesia is responsible as we call it pembina data. And one of the responsibility of BPS Statistics Indonesia is how to strengthen the sectoral statistics. And the development of sectoral statistics is not only limited in the increasing the capacity of ministries as well as the local government in carrying out sectoral statistical activities, but BPS also obliged to provide convenience for ministries and local government in carrying out sectoral statistic activities. And in the effort for the realization of One Data Indonesia, actually, BPS responsible to ensure that related agencies support the realization of this effort of One Data in Indonesia. And actually, we already have one data source, which is by name, by address, which call Registrasi Sosial Ekonomi atau Reksosek, which is also collecting data on disability. And in this census, we call it census, BPS responsible in the data collection process, but the data is initiated or owned by the Bappenas, by the National Development Planning Agency of Republic in Indonesia. And the position of the data right now is already in Bappenas. I think it can answer the question about the data provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. Probably Pak Said want to give a response on the questions, comments from the participants.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, I want to share about experience on how working with the two ministry and in Indonesia. I totally agree about the integration data, because the government not only can develop a program only like a year like partial program. They never have time to prepare the long-term program, because they never have the data that never integrate with the another variable. Let's say they never know how many children with the new baby or was born and then was diagnosed as disability children by medical. If they know that the data, they can more well prepare for the program on the 5 year. So how many school they need to be prepared, how many budgeting need be support. But for this year, they only making program like partial program. They never know what really happened in 3 or 5 years ago. That actually, I totally agree with integration data, not only with one institutional, but in the lintas sectoral. That's maybe.
Thank you, Pak Said. Now, Bu Yanti, please.
Thank you. I might not be able to actually hear all the questions that is being raised, because the acoustic of this hall is actually quite strong, so there's a very huge echo that we receive from here. But I just actually wanted to share that data is very important. I hear from our panelists the challenges that they actually face. If you actually ask me, how many numbers of member of parliaments in ASEAN, I can tell you, it's 2,918. If you ask me how many % of those are women parliamentarians, I can actually give you a figure. It's 20.6%. And if you ask me again, how many of our members of parliaments have disability, I have no answer. It should be our part to do this role, to actually ask in terms of this data. And this is what I'm going to do next, is to really ask all our National Assembly secretariats to assist us with getting numbers of parliamentarians. And this data is really important, because without this data, we will not be able to push certain agenda that we need. It is, the way I see it, our member of parliaments have a bigger role as well. And for data, the question of how can we actually collect this data, we also encourage you to actually talk to your members of parliaments in the national level to assist getting this data, because each one of them have their own constituency. So work very closely. I'm sure it's a huge challenge. I never say it's going to be easy, but those are the things. But also just want to share, this forum actually is an eye-opener for me, listening to the first panelist as well. As we speak in Jakarta today, I arrived early this morning, 2:00 a.m., because we also have another program coming up with a plan of action under ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly in promoting women's political participation. What we did now is, after looking at this, and I had a conversation and a meeting with Sarah from US, what we actually include in our parliamentary action plan is to make it inclusive, which means we not only target more women, but also to ensure women, youth, and women with disabilities are also included. Because study released by WHO estimates that 15% of the world's population live with some form of disability, and that prevalence is higher among women, as about 1 in 5 women 18 years above live with one. So we need to also empower more so that we can actually have and gather all this important information that we can actually include as part of the legislative, and also any barriers that they actually face, including political rights. So this is something that I'm actually sharing, and as we speak, like I said, we're really drafting our ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly plan of action in terms of promoting women, participation of women in politics, and we are actually including disabilities as well, and inclusivity in this part of our action. So I think by the end of the day, we have to actually take our actions regardless what it is. We can't wait for certain things to actually be done from the higher level. They actually have done a lot of declaration. So we actually have to walk the talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Yanti. Now Bu Dante. Yeah.
Okay, I will try to answer the question from Pak Aditya. How the civil society conduct the monitoring on implementation of CRPD. Thank you for your question. We really appreciate that CSO has shown the involvement in fulfilling the right of people with disability. Our contextual observation based on the 3 contexts. The first is structure. It could be like legislation, law, and other relevant law. And also the process, how the process fulfilling the right for people with disability. And the third is how the result. Are the people with disability can help or take the advantages from the surrounding on fulfilling the right for them. So after this kind they do advocacy process, and in certain term we evaluate. In CSO context, it can be adjusted based on the rule and function of the duties of the CSO and implementing the monitoring. KND has two approaches. The first is top-down, and in this top-down approach, we integrating disability-sensitive measurement into the design, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating of the development policies and program. And the second one is bottom up. In this side, we supporting specific initiative to ensure disability development and the equal enjoyment of human rights by all persons with disability. From two approaches, then we can know the achievement of the right and inclusion of persons with disability in all aspects of the society and development. What we should see from this approach is also are the government program clear state and incorporate disabilities issues, and national monitoring and evaluation disability program. And from the other side, from bottom up, how the affirmation action for any strategic sector, and how the participation of people with disabilities organization, and how the capacity strengthening of persons with disabilities can rise up. KND encourage people with disability and organization, people with disability to contact or collaborate with KND if there are needs for the discussion. In the monitoring, we are very open to it. And we also encourage them that we need to strengthen the role and responsibility of all stakeholders in fulfilling the right of people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Budante. And for Dr. Villanueva?
All right, I'd just like to respond to the request of Madam Siti for action, and also that because I have been able to meet some of the delegates, for example, from Laos, Cambodia, of course, Indonesia. Yesterday was able to meet Ibu Dia, and also the approach from Ambassador, Philippine Ambassador, regarding the need for projects, actual projects that we are hearing, digital statistics, and the like. In this regard, okay, I will mention area again, has just opened a new digital unit, a digital wing, and we are looking for projects. I would just hope that as we continue to approach ASEC at the appropriate sectors and clusters, that they can help us to be accommodated to the appropriate ministries of each of the ASEAN countries. Because oftentimes an obstacle for projects such as this is a difficulty in being heard. We are the ones offering help and still being difficult to get through to the appropriate ministries. And even sometimes we have to, it doesn't work digitally. Sometimes we have to fly face-to-face in order, emails are not answered, for example, calls, sometimes after a while not followed up, and sometimes even trips, even face-to-face, will not become successful. So we are still learning about how to carry out the projects effectively, especially in some of the less, can I say, less familiar or newer ASEAN countries. Here in Indonesia, we often start our projects here because we have been able to work with the different ministries well. And I hope this time, with regard to a possible project, statistics, including not only healthcare, but expanding to the developmental disorders and disabilities, that we can work with the statistics office. I'm looking forward to working with Ibu Dia, and also with support from the different diplomatic missions to help us get through to their appropriate ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Villanueva. Before we come to the end of our discussion, maybe I want to give the time for the panelists and a discussion for the closing statement, and also as well as the summary or the conclusion of the discussion. Maybe we start from Ibu Yanti.
First of all, I think our panelists have shared so many information. I think after this is also from IPA, we wanted to actually work very closely to actually have more dialogue and to actually understand what can from our side do to assist and to work with some of the CSO. It's a really eye-opening. Like I said, this is my first time to actually attend such a discussion, and I'm very honored to actually be here. Please do let us know, contact us. You can actually find us on the IPA Secretariat. We have a website as well. Do let us know. We're very open to actually hear some thoughts and some concerns and challenges as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Yanti. Now to Bu Dante.
For the closing remark, I would say that strengthening the commitment of all parties to fully take action in respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the right of persons with disabilities is something that should be taken. Developing and capacity and understanding of the stakeholders in fulfilling the right of persons with disabilities should be done continuously so that all can provide inclusive support and society for persons with disabilities.
Thank you. Bu Dia, please.
Thank you. So for the closing statement, as the important initiative in the Asian Enabling Master Plan 2025 to show our continued resolve and commitment to make life better and as normal as possible for persons with disabilities, not only in Indonesia, but also in our region. So the inclusive development based on reliable and updated data must be able to help people with disabilities in eliminating obstacles and participating in the social economic sector, or ensuring no one left behind in the development process, so that people with disabilities not only have equal access to education, health, employment, transportation, information, and also social participation, but also inclusively can participate, can contribute actively, and bring value to advancing the development process. And in this process, of course, again, timely, accurate, and integrated data is the key for the inclusive development policies. So it is important to include persons with disabilities in the data collection process along the way up to the outcomes. And in the context of provision data on disability at the Asian level, initiatives related to providing disability data among Asian member states need to be improved over time. And in the case of BPS Statistics Indonesia, we strongly support the realization of integrated data related to disability, and we are very welcome to future collaboration to provide better data on disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Said.
Just short sentence. I think involving or partnership with disabled organization will provide more quality inclusive, particularly in inclusive education, in every stage of the government step, from the planning until the evaluation. That is to get better development of inclusive education. So keep involve everyone, including the organization people with disability.
The last Dr. Villanueva, yeah, before we end this discussion.
We've seen the need for attention, to provide attention to persons living with disabilities. Ari would just like to add that the percent of population of persons with disabilities is not only significant to care, for us to care about, but also significant economically. And in order to, for everyone to benefit from that, we need good, robust data for policymakers to be able to respond to relevant research. And in that regard, if anyone has, from ASEAN has a good digitalization project related to this, then please do try to approach AREA and include in your concept note or proposal also your relevant ministries and the appropriate ASEC cluster as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Villanueva. Now we have finally to come to the end of this discussion. I'd like to say thank you for our panelists and discussion for sharing their inspiring ideas, experience, and inputs. And I also like to thank to our distinguished guests on their active participation on this productive discussion. Together we can achieve the vision of inclusion society, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And now over to you, Mbak Tantri.
Thank you very much, Ibu Rose, the moderator for today. Please give a big applause to the panelists, the discussion, and also the moderator. And for that, we are invite all of you to come in front of the stage because we are about to give the token of appreciation for the panelists for today. Madam Danta Rikmalia, the Chair of National Commissions of Disability. Also, Madam Siti Rozaimer Yanti Dato Hajah Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. And also Mr. Said Jufri Ba'abut from Disability Inclusion Specialist. And then Madam Dia Ekawati, Chair of SCSS Committee, represented by Indonesia Statistic Bureau. And the discussion for today, Mr. Antonio Villanueva, Senior Advisor on Healthcare Policy, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. And also the moderator for today, Madam Rosdiana Iskandar, Assistant Deputy Minister for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities and Older Persons. And to give the token of appreciation, we would like to invite Professor Nunung Nuriantono, Deputy for Coordinator of Social Welfare Improvement Ministry, Coordinator for Human Development and Culture, Republic of Indonesia. And here comes the souvenirs for the token of appreciation. Again, this is the traditional or the miniature of the traditional house from Indonesia. So this one called Tongkonan. This is a traditional house from South Sulawesi, or probably we can say Tanah Toraja, especially one of the regency in South Sulawesi named Tanah Toraja. If you can come again to South Sulawesi, please do come to Tanah Toraja. It's very beautiful as well. So the original society or original Toraja society stated that only nobles that can have the right to build tongtonan. That's why we give to our noble panelists, discussant, and also the moderator for today. And this is the time to take photos together. Please give the best smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Please give another round of big applause to all the panelists, discussant, moderator, and also thank you very much for Prof. Nunu for your kindly to give the token of appreciation for today. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the third panel discussions, and we are going to proceed to the next agenda. But I'm going to give you some information. If you see our schedule for tomorrow, you will read about the Wirajaya Center, because we're going to take you to Wirajaya Center, whereby all of you can see all the products from our brothers and sisters, the disability brothers and sisters from all provinces in Indonesia. So there will be lots of products from them. They're not just produced or made by them, but they are also selling them as a small enterprises. And some of them are here. They come from East Indonesia, East part of Indonesia, comes from the East Nusa Tenggara. They are here. If you can standing, probably all of you can see. They flew from East Nusa Tenggara, and they produce moringa leaves. Moringa leaves as a herbal medicine. And then they also produce or weaving the tenun, their traditional fabric, and they also sewing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming here. And tomorrow, all of you, all the participants can see their products and probably can buy also the products there and bring them back home as a souvenirs to back to your original country. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. And please give a big applause for them. They are very excited to be here and becoming part of our events for today. So this is the end of our morning session. We are inviting all of you, our distinguished delegates, to have lunch at the room next to us here in Lily Tree, the same room as yesterday. And I would like to remind you who used the interpreter devices to return to the organizer. Thank you very much for doing that. And we hope to see you again at the last panel discussion for today, the final discussion 4, in the afternoon at 2 p.m. here in the same room, plenary room. Thank you very much and hope to see you soon. Have a great lunch. Thank you. sigap dan cantik lagi. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next agenda very soon. We would like to invite all of you to come to the plenary room, and we are going Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond 2025. I hope you have a great lunch just now, and we can continue to our last panel discussions, where we are going to talk about enhancing the capacity of people with disability in employment and entrepreneurship. And to discuss this panel discussion, or our last panel discussion, I'm going to invite our panelists, our discussant, and also moderator for today. So, along for these panelists, I would like to invite representative of Samswat Indonesia and also Director General of Social Rehabilitation Ministry of Social Affairs Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Pepen Nazarudin, to come to the stage, and also Indonesia Association of Child-Friendly Companies, Mr. Andi Hidayat, and the last panelist, Mr. Sho Sopanya, the chair of SOM ASEAN CCSM, to come to the stage. These are the three panelists for today's panel discussion, or our last panel discussions. And I would like also to invite the discussion for today from the International Labour Organization, Mr. Tendi Gunawan. Please come to the stage as well to join the panelists. And the moderator for our last panel discussions, Commissioner of the National Disability Commissions of Indonesia, Mr. Eka Pratama. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is our last panel discussions. We do have names and also the seats for our respected panelists, discussant, and also moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for me to invite a special advisor to the President of Republic of Indonesia to be our keynote speech, Ms. Angki Yudhistia.
Good afternoon to all distinguished guests. For Her Excellency Ibu Tri Risma Harini, Minister of Social Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Pepen Nazarudin, Director General of Social Rehabilitation, Ministry of Social Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Andi Hidayat, Indonesia Association of Child-Friendly Companies, Mr. Shor Shopanha, Chair of SOM ASEAN CCM, Mr. Eka Pratama, Commissioner of the National Disability Commission, Mr. Tendi Gunawan, International Labour Organization, and all delegates the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond. Okay, I'm so honored to be here in Makassar, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. Welcome to Indonesia, what everybody. Happy to meet you all. And in here, I'm happy to attend the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond, which I can meet the representatives from all over the world, especially my ASEAN region fellows. I believe we are here gathered for a very noble and sustainable purpose for all elements of society, including persons with disability. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Angki Yudhistia. I'm deaf and hard of hearing, I am a special advisor to the President of Republic Indonesia. I'm here to address a keynote insight regarding enhancing the capacity of people with disability in employment and entrepreneurship. Okay, based on the data from Statistics Indonesia and Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, number of disabled persons in Indonesia as of 2020 are about 20 more million persons, or 8.5 of the total Indonesian population. Of this, more than 50% of persons with disability live on the Java Island, known as most populous island in the world. Meanwhile, the remainder is spread evenly throughout the province with an average of 1 to 3% of persons with disability in each province. President Jokowi has guaranteed on his speech on the 76th UN General Assembly that inclusion is the main priority in Indonesia governance. In 2022, Indonesia G20 presidency with the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Indonesia encouraged our country to collaborate among major developed countries, emerging countries, high-income countries to medium and low-income countries, from north to south throughout the world to empower the vulnerable group as our main priority. This is Indonesia's strong commitment to prove that no one is left behind. For that, I can say proudly that Indonesia already has the law for the fulfillment on the right of persons with disability, which is law number 8 year 2016 on persons with disabilities, also various derivative regulations in the form of 7 government regulations and 2 presidential regulations to regulate technically many aspects on fulfilling the right of persons with disability, namely education, economic independence or economic inclusive, health, infrastructure, transportation, employment, communication, justice, and so on. The G20 Action Plan then manifested into a concrete work program to create an inclusive economic ecosystem where we collaborate together with many stakeholders, become the program aggregator. First, the first thing to do is improve and increase access to ownership of biodata for persons with disability, so that having updated data on persons with disability can be used as a basis for formulating national policy. The second is provide persons with disability with access to vocational training to target persons with disability with low education attainment. The low education of persons with disabilities has implications for the low participation of disabled workers in the labor market. Therefore, the Disability Vocational Training Center was established to overcome those challenges. From this vocational graduate, the output is then linked whether they become workers in the formal sector in companies, state-owned enterprise, or as civil servant. The second option is to become an entrepreneur in the informal sector. The two job matching mechanisms are provided with assistance through the link and match program with various stakeholders. All of these activities are carried out under the flagship digital platform for disabilities. 4.
Disabilities microenterprise are then included in the assistance mechanism by the Ministry of Investment by issuing a business identification number. By having that, the opportunity to obtain financing from banking and financial institutions will be higher. Furthermore, disability microenterprise are also provided with financial literacy skills by Bank Indonesia and the Financial Service Authority or OJK. Furthermore, the government can facilitate marketing process by publishing disabilities microenterprise product in the e-catalog owned by the government, goods or service Procurement Policy Institute or LKPP. Therefore, we divide the 6 steps of disability workforce preparation until displacement into 6 steps to job matching. First, recruitment planning. Preparation of commitment and mapping of identity needs consists of private companies, state-owned enterprise, and civil servant intuition. Second, preparing the search. 3. During the assessment day, we ensure that disabled workplace candidates would be able to pass core value test, physical test, user interview, and the last medical check-up. For the final result, the selected disabled workforce will be provided various soft skill and hard skill training as provision to undergo the work assignment. And the last, during the placement, usually probation period will take 3 until 6 months and then will be reviewed and evaluated by user. And channeling through apprenticeship and or necessary to accommodate disabled who doesn't get accepted for permanent position the company. And last thing is mainstreaming the ownership of social employment insurance for formal and informal workers as a safety net for them from risk of losing a job. Also, in 2021, National Disability Commission was inaugurated as an implementation of the Law Number 8, year 2016 on persons with disability. It was an historical moment for Indonesia because now we have government institutions that will carry out tasks to observe, evaluate, and advocate cross-stakeholders toward fulfillment disability rights. Currently, technology has become part of the company's transformation agenda to achieve organization goals. The main objective of technology is actually to prosper, facilitate, and improve people's lives, including persons with disability. All insurance stakeholders should move to think about accelerating inclusive interaction in the digital space. With those increase in interaction, a collective inclusive consciousness will be formed. Therefore, the company inclusiveness agenda must also be accompanied by training for all companies level, including top management, staff, and so on. Thus, they will understand how to see potential and interact with disability for workforce, so that the company's human resource needs can also be optimally met. Well, we believe diversity is our value. Collective collaboration is our spirit, as well as inclusion spirit. Okay,
Thank you for your enthusiasm. I really look forward to valuable collaboration and participation in creating a more inclusive world. Together we can. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Madam Angki Yudhistia, Special Advisor to the President of Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the keynote speech. Thank you very much. It's time for us to start the panel discussions. For that, I'm going to give to the moderator for today, Commissioner of the National Disability Commission of Indonesia, Mr. Eka Pratama. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, I think it's time to discuss in the last panel during today's meeting, and this discussion will discuss about enhancing the capacity of people with disability in employment and entrepreneurship. As we knew from Sarah yesterday that at least 1.3 million people around the world are live in a disability. And in the Asia Pacific, it's estimated that 1 in 6 individu, about 619 million people live with a disability. This data explains the urgency of the best intervention for persons with disabilities in all sectors, such as employment and entrepreneurship. The CRPD Article 27 work and employment explain that states parties recognize the rights of persons with disabilities to work on an equal basis with others. This includes the rights to the opportunity to gain a living by work freely chosen or accepted in a labor market and work environment that is open, inclusive, and accessible to persons with disabilities. And state parties shall safeguard and promote the realization of the rights to work, including for those who acquire a disability during the course of employment by taking appropriate steps, including through legislation. I think it should be very interesting and important for us to discuss about the employment and entrepreneurships. As Ibu Risma shared yesterday also that most of persons with disabilities work with entrepreneurship or informal sector. So during the discussion, we will focus on what kind of reasonable accommodation should an employer provide for employees with disabilities base, and what is considered unlawful employment practices for persons with disabilities, and what about the mental disabilities recognized in the employment law. The third is about what are the main policy tools available to help those with disabilities become more entrepreneurship, and how can regional cooperation promote the improvement on current policies and capacity enhancement on employment and entrepreneurship for persons with disabilities. Excellencies, we would like to give time for Bapak Pepen Nazarudin, the representative of Somswat Indonesia, as the first panelist who will explain more about these topics. Maybe about around 10 minutes, Pak Pepen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pepen Nazarudin from the Ministry of Social Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. I am a local appointment from Indonesia. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be sit here and share what Indonesia has done to enhance the capacity of people with disability in employment and entrepreneurship. Please, my slide. Okay. Next slide. First of all, I want to show you that regulation in Indonesia We have 7 regulations for services for disabilities in Indonesia. It's proof that government of Indonesia have regulating. I think it's very strongly basic regulation for social service, especially for disability. Program for the disability in Indonesia about rehabilitation social program, empowerment program, and social security program. Next slide. Regarding the fulfillment of employment and entrepreneurship right, the government has established several policies: minimum quality policy, work skill improvement policy, the promotion of the Disability Service Unit, ULD, that has the following text. First, providing information and advocacy to employer. And the second, providing assistance to workers and employers. And three, coordinates the ULD, employer and workers in the fulfillment and provision of work aid for persons with disability. Next slide. We have a program social rehabilitation assistance. Name in Indonesia is Atensi. Activity program for support family, community, intention approach for disabilities. Activities with first support for meeting the need of the decent living, social care and child care, family support, and physical therapy, and so on. Next slide. It's about innovation to assistive device assembly. Name in Indonesia is Tongkat Adaptif. Next slide. Adaptive care for person with visual disability is a product in Sentra in Indonesia. Next slide. And adaptive wheelchair for person suffering from cerebral palsy. Next slide. This product from Sentra, 3-wheel motorcycle for person with physical disability. Next slide. And we products Grita is a bracelet was made with the M2 disability, and we have Groovy. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The government has distributed those assistive devices for accessibility. Maybe you can see the picture in 2003. Next slide. It's a vocational training in Bogor, Cibidong. You can see the product tomorrow in vocational training in South Sulawesi. Next slide. It's a vocational training of eco-free batik. Next slide. This juga vocational training for person with mental disabilities, hydroponic farming, traditional musical instrument, and calamari syrup making. Next slide. And this economic empowerment program we call in Indonesia is PENA, Melawan Ekonomi Nusantara. It's a program for empowerment program is not only to increase access to economic research, but also increase access to financial services, make market information, and other productive assets. Next slide. It's an example. Next slide. It's a tumbler made from bamboos, product from the centra in Bandung, West Java. Next slide. It's a Atensi Creation Center, a center for entrepreneurial and vocational development, as well as a media for the promotion of the work of the beneficiaries in one's area. We have 31 integrated center in all regional in Indonesia. It's an example product from disabilities. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Pepen, for the explanation. Some key information we got from his explanation is about TENSI, or social rehabilitation assistance, that include the family, children, youth, and also elderly people. And the second about the provide assist technology as well as tricycle or motorcycle to support their economic activities. And the third is about the vocational training, include persons with mental disabilities. This is also one of important things we should understand about the enhancing capacity of persons with disabilities. And the last is about the Economic Empowerment Program, or PENA, that already implemented in Indonesia and still ongoing. The next panelist, we would like to hear from Pak Andi. Pak Andi Hidayat, he is a representative of Indonesia Association of Child-Friendly Companies. I think we can get information about the perspective of private sector. Yeah, time is yours, Pak.
Thank you. Apologies for using Indonesia. Please give I share my by using Indonesian. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Baik, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, izinkan saya untuk memberikan gambaran terkait dengan peningkatan kapabilitas penyandang disabilitas dalam pekerjaan maupun entrepreneur atau wirausaha. Terkait dengan kondisi pekerja hari ini di Indonesia, dalam catatan Employed Working Group atau EWG menyampaikan bahwa tema dalam rangka pemulihan aspek ketenagakerjaan di tengah pandemik dengan merujuk pada the employed condition and recovery together, mengambil 4 pilar baru, di mana di dalam 4 pilar baru tersebut ada pasar tenaga kerja inklusif dan kota bagi penyandang disabilitas. Namun kalau kita melihat dalam konsep hari ini, keberadaan penyandang disabilitas pada sisi tenaga kerja, terutama ketika mengacu pada peraturan perundang-undangan 2% di sektor pemerintah, 1% di sektor swasta, itu belum tercapai secara maksimal. Kondisi hari ini dapat terlihatkan bahwa peranan atau rujukan peraturan yang diturunkan tidak sampai kepada rujukan yang telah ditetapkan secara vertikal, yang sampai kepada akar-akar di tingkat desa, sehingga kondisi tenaga kerja pada sektor publik maupun privat itu tidak dapat tercapai sampai hari ini. Kita melihat bahwa secara kondisi pekerjaan atau yang paling banyak dilakukan oleh teman-teman saudara kita penyandang disabilitas adalah berbasiskan di sektor pertanian, jasa, dan industri yang terus berkembang, walaupun secara signifikan di tahun 2022 mengalami peningkatan, namun itu secara kemandirian. Belum terpenuhi peraturan perundang-undangan nomor 8 tahun 2016 yang menyatakan adalah pemberian hak atas penyandang disabilitas terhadap sektor pekerjaan tersebut. Nah, kondisi real di lapangan kita menemukan bahwa secara saya melihat secara implisit sebagai seorang riset juga menemukan beberapa kondisi hari ini yang tidak relevan lagi dengan kondisi yang harus menjadi rujukan terbaru atau ada rekomendasi terbaru tentang kesiapan dalam sisi bisnis atau sisi usaha yang akan dikembangkan oleh teman-teman atau saudara kita penyandang disabilitas pada sektor digitalisasi. Nah, pentingnya sektor digitalisasi sebagai pendorong dalam upaya kemandirian yang dilakukan oleh teman-teman ini bisa terpenuhi. Ada 3 aspek yang saya catat dalam riset saya, yaitu aspek ekonomi, aspek inklusi keuangan, yang kemudian ada aspek yang tercatat di dalam pendekatan-pendekatan persuasif yang harus dilakukan, baik itu terbentuk dalam sebuah pentahelix, akademisi, kemudian pemerintah, kemudian dunia usaha, kemudian pendamping, dan kemudian ada komoditas yang melekat. Nah, di sini pula kami temukan dalam sebuah tulisan sederhana yang kami buat dalam sebuah riset bahwa tidak adanya market yang telah terjadi dari wirausaha teman-teman penyandang disabilitas itu tidak diserap oleh dunia usaha. Akibatnya pertumbuhan entrepreneur di dalam teman-teman penyandang disabilitas tidak terpenuhi secara baik. Harusnya kebijakan ke depan direkomendasikan bahwa dunia usaha harus mengambil pangsa pasar dari teman-teman wirausaha yang ada di pada penyandang disabilitas. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan hari ini. Demikian, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Andi. From the private sector, I think there are some key information. The first is there is 4 pillars for inclusive disability development at the employment sectors, and the quota implementation is still not achieved, and still many barriers to implement the policy. And the third is about example of agriculture sectors that can be implemented, and person with disabilities work as a worker on this sector. And about the independency and entrepreneurships, some of the key factors are financial inclusions and supporting resources, and also supporting technical experts further. And the last point is about the engagement of an initiative of a private sector for people with disabilities. We will go to the third panelist, Mr. Charles Sopanha, Chief of SOM ASEAN CC Assam. Floor is yours.
Okay, thanks to Mr. Moderators, and let me to give sincere sign to you and all the forum that give me the chance to share on what is the conceptualize on enhancing the capacity of the people with disability in empowerment and entrepreneurship. Refer to of any necessary and appropriate modifications and adjustment not imposive, disproportionate or undue the burden, where the need in the particularly case to ensure that person with disability enjoy or exercise on equal basis with others all the human rights and the fundamental freedom. Based on the most recent CDHS 2021 and 22, that is 24.4%, that is 20.3% with as a mid or the moderate level, and 4.1% with a severe disability. Of the Cambodian population aged 5 years old and above reported to be living with some degree of disability. Around 7 in the 10% with disability aged 15 years old and about reported to be working in the past 7 days, which is in red, similar to the person without disability. 72% of the male with the severe disability reported to be working compared to the 86% of males without disability. Among the female, 51% those with the severe disability reported being working compared to the 66% of those without disability. There is no definitive answer to what kind of the reasonable accommodation or employer should provide for employee with disability, as it depends on the specific need and limitation of each individual, the natures and the requirement of the job, and the resource and capacity of the employers. However, some of the general principles and the example can help guide employers and employees finding effectiveness and reasonable solution. The process of finding reasonable accommodation usually involves an interactive dialogue between the employers and the employee, where they discuss the employer's need and employee to perform their job effectively. The employers may ask for medical documentation from the healthcare providers to confirm the need for accommodations, but should avoid requests that are too broad or intrusive. The employer should also consider the employee's preference and input, which choosing an accommodations, but may offer an alternative solution if it is equal, effective, and less costly or burdensome. Mental disability are recognized to be employed in Cambodia. The law on the protection and the promotion of the rights of persons with disability, which is endorsed in 2009, provide for the rights of it. Also requires employers to hire a proportional number of full-time persons with disability and to make reasonable accommodation at the workplace. The law defines disability as any physical or the mental impairment that limit one or more measures like activities such as seeing, hearing, speaking, walking, learning, working, and taking care of oneself. The law also established a Disability Action Council that we call DAC to monitor and coordinate the implementation of the law and the other policy related to disability. To promote the entrepreneurs for the people with disability inclusive, we need to build the main policy tool available to help those with disability become more entrepreneurs, because in general context, some of the main policy tool available to help those with disability become more entrepreneurs, which are access to the finance. This includes microfinance, loan, guarantees, crowdfunding, and the other source of the funding that can help disabled entrepreneurs start and grow their business. Second, there is business development service. This includes training, coaching, mentoring, consulting, and the other form of the assistance that can help disabled entrepreneurs obtain the skill and the knowledge they need to run their business effectively. Business development service can also help disabled entrepreneurs access market, network, and opportunity. In this point, it's very quite important. While we do and we develop the business services quite well, so it's quite appreciate and also appreciate them and how to make them to be comfortable and to be trust with the government and the other policy in order how they make it easy and they can earn and generate income by themselves. Third, there is business incubators and accelerator. These are programs that provide intensive supports to selected entrepreneurs, usually in the form of the workplace, mentoring, networking, and funding. Business incubators and accelerator can help disabled entrepreneurs accelerate their growth, innovation, and impact. Fourth, there is culture and information institution. These are the norm, value, belief, and attitude that institution can influence the self-confidence, motivation, and resilience of the disabled entrepreneurs, as well as the social acceptance and the recognition they receive from the others. Six, that is entrepreneurship network and ecosystem. These are the connection and interaction among the various actors that support entrepreneurs, such as entrepreneurs, customers, supplier, investor, mentors, policymakers, educators, researchers, and the media entrepreneurship network and ecosystem can provide the disabled entrepreneurs with access to information, resource, feedback, and support. This 6 point is very quite important also. While actually, if we want to sell our product, we need to know each other. Within this, like the people with disability also. When we design the policy, we design the other framework, but the framework or the policy is not know about how is the demand side and supply side. So sometimes it's very quite difficult how that we can do alignment. Moreover, we need to know clearly about what is the need of the people with disability. So sometimes it's just only, I can say it's just only the pictures in the policy or in the framework that show clearly, but sometimes it's not to convert it to be the realistic, which is the need of the disability person. The last point, that is entrepreneurship skill. There is an ability and competency that enable disabled people to identify and pursue entrepreneurial opportunity. Entrepreneurship skill include creativity, problem solving, opportunity recognition, risk taking, planning, decision making, communication, and teamwork. Yeah, this point is also quite important also, because as you already know, some part of our people with disabilities, sometimes they lost their confidence, so they need more support. So if we want to create the better life of the people with disability, we also need have to make them to change their perception that they also have support from all the sectors and the people in around them. Yeah, by changing this perception throughout, how to make the good environment surrounding them, how to be trust to them and to make them and to comfort them that they know everything that is very quite useful for their life. The regional cooperation can promote the improvement on the current policy and the capacity advancement on the employment and entrepreneurship for the people with disability in the several ways. Some possible ways are: first, the sharing good practice and the lesson learned from the different country and the region on how to support the people with disability in entrepreneurship, such as providing the training, mentoring, coaching, access to finance and networking opportunity. Second, that is developing the common standard and the guideline for inclusive entrepreneurship policy and program, such as ensuring accessibility on discrimination, reasonable accommodation, and participation of the people with disability in the design, implementation, and the evaluation of the size policy and programs. Second, that is establishing a regional platform and network for dialogue and collaboration among the relevant stakeholders, such as policymakers, public agency, private sector, civil society, academy, and people with disability themselves. Such platform and network can facilitate the exchange of the information, knowledge, resource, and best practice on inclusive entrepreneurship. Last point, that is enhancing the capacity of the regional organization and institution to support the people with disability in entrepreneurship, such as providing technical assistance, funding, research, advocacy, and monitoring on implementation, and impact of the inclusive entrepreneurship policy and the program. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Give applause for Mr. Chong Sopanha. Yeah, and I think it's quite detailed for your presentation, and also include the recommendation. And I think it's very useful for this forum to take forward during the next forum. Excellencies, we have one discussion. Mr. Tendi Gunawan from ILO Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Eka. I actually prepared some slides. If you can show the slides, please. So just a little bit about the ILO. Who are not familiar, we are UN agencies. We are technical agencies consisting of 187 member countries. All ASEAN member countries are member of the ILO, and our main job is to set standards for employment or labor standards. And next slides, please. Yeah, so in terms of persons with disabilities, of course, our main mandate is on employment. Next. Just to refresh a little bit on UNCRPD. Next. So it is really important to see the essence of UNCRPD, which is the human rights model. Next. So the essence of UNCRPD is everyone has impairment. All of us has, nobody is perfect. And the one that separates us is barriers. So without barriers, it's actually without disabilities. Next. Next. Okay, so this is very important concept because it moves from treating people with disabilities as an object of charity, object of pity, become people with disabilities as a human that should be treated equally on equal basis. Next. Next. An overview on the labor market. 2/3 of people with disabilities is actually working age, but outside the labor market. If you see the figure on your left, it's an employment to population ratio collected by the ILO. If you see that, if you go to the website, you can actually check every country's the statistics for employment. For example, Indonesia, the red dot is for women with disabilities. It's around 8%, while women without disabilities is around 53%. For men with disabilities, 18%. Men without disabilities is around 70%. So there is a huge gap of employment of people with disabilities and non-disabilities. If you see figure on the right, is inactivity rate. 7 out of 10% is inactive, meaning there's a lot of loss of potentials of people with disabilities. So this is the first situation, which is, of course, everyone has a role to play how to remove the barrier of employment. Next. Another issue is education. I think we have discussed this quite extensively. On your left is a share of employment with for people with disabilities that have less than primary educations. If you see, it's not only Indonesia, most of countries are having the same situation, whereas those that are working and in the labor market has very limited education. So this is also another barrier, how to improve the access to education, so to improve also access to employment. Next. And this is very relevant for this session, because the figure is about entrepreneurships. If you see, this is figure from Indonesia, from 2017 to 2020, actually the growth of people with disabilities that are self-employed is increasing. What does it mean? It means that the access to employment, formal employment is limited, and there is probably no choice for people with disabilities to be a self-employed or entrepreneur. And also unpaid family worker, I have to note this, the far right-hand side, the one with purple, is the unpaid or family worker. Next. Next. So the ILO is facilitating a network, so-called the Global Business and Disability Network, consisting of 38 global companies. Those are the companies' logos. 6 associate members and 38 national business and disability network. So the idea is to have this network of companies who are willing to employ people with disabilities, and also have the network in countries level. So the same companies, we have their country offices that could also be part of the disability network. Next. On those that are the countries that have disability network, unfortunately in ASEAN is only in Indonesia and the Philippines. Next. This is also, I think this graph is a survey to companies under the Indonesia and Business Disability Network, showing what are actually the barriers for companies to employ people with disabilities. If you see there, one barrier is non-person with disability apply when the vacancies are open. 2 is lack of information and knowledge on how to recruit. 3, unprepared company infrastructure, and etc., etc. So there's lots of barrier that not only company could address. Yeah, it could be government to address, for example, infrastructure. Is it OPDs to address? How the training agencies could address, or others. Next. This is summarized, I think, for discussion today, that the supply and demand of employment for people with disabilities will not happen organically. So there has to be an intervention, a third parties who could bridge the supply and demand. And this could be a government, this could be a training institution, this could be the OPDs, and for example, in Indonesia, it's ULD, the Unit Layanan Ketenagakerjaan, but it has to work together. So each party cannot work separately. It has to be a coordination. Next. So some recommendations. There should be a network of for employment for people with disabilities. This is including business, regulators, communities, OPDs, training providers, potential workers, and also the families. And regulation helps, but for enforcement is needed. And then improving access and quality of education is key if you want to improve the access to employment, and supporting the entrepreneurship ecosystem for persons with disabilities while access to formal employment is limited is crucial. I think we have discussed this almost the whole day. So that's it, Pak Eka. Thank you.
Thank you. Give applause for Pak Tendi Gunawan from ILO Indonesia. Yes, some of the information. I think the most important is about how to move the barriers, and one of the barriers is about education. And the proportion of entrepreneurship increased from 26 to 28%, and the pooling from disability business unit, disability network, ya Pak ya. There is no applicant, and lack of information and about the company infrastructures, and the recommendation about there are some factors and related to this discussion is it's about a training, and also the roles of disability persons organizations. So I think all of the panelists already speak, and I think we still have maybe around 15 minutes to get some questions or notes or anything from audience. So I think maybe 3 participants from the audience who want to give questions or notes during this session. Is there any questions or? Okay. From the left side.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I'm Desi Bastias. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. I want to ask about, is there any policies effort from the Ministry of Social Affairs or Ministry of Manpower to synchronize the needed of the business world with existing training programs?
Maybe you can louder, please, because.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is there any policy effort from Ministry of Social Affairs or Ministry of Manpower to synchronize the needs of the business world with the existing training programs as accommodated by the attention program, and how to encourage disabled workers in the formal sector so that they are more facilitated in terms of employment facilities, insurance, pension, and work accidents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, is there any questions? Second questions? Philippine? I don't see, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to ask from Cambodia the concept of the crowdfunding that was articulated earlier. How do they do it in Cambodia? Thank you.
Okay. Is there any questions or not? Oh, the left side, the last one.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Taufik Hidayat from Yayasan Autism Indonesia and ASEAN Autism Network. What intriguing me is about what happened in ASEAN, especially for autism communities. What we are seeing is in the employment for disability is not quite an issue that brought up to the floor actually, because what we are seeing is about the data. Usually the government combining the data of intellectual disability and mental disability, so it would be hard for ensuring that the person with disability, especially for intellectual disability and mental disability, has quite a decent job. The second one is about the initiative motivations for each companies. I think, like we are seeing in this quite big hotel, how many percent of the employment or the employee that they have person with disability in it. So I think that's quite important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There are 3 questions. And the first is about the policy. Is there any policy to synchronize the Ministry of Social Affairs and others, and Ministry of Manpower? And the second is how to encourage persons in informal sector. Yeah. Maybe Pak Evan? Yeah.
Baik, terima kasih. Terima kasih atas. Thank you for your comment so far. We accept of your suggest of comment. Ministry of Social Affairs is established disability service unit that provide various training program and job networking for disability. Maybe all program implementation is adapted to the condition and characteristic of Indonesia society. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe Pak, maybe respond about. I think it's about how to encourage into the informal sector or person with disabilities.
Ya, dari Pak Yogi ya tadi. Ya, terkait dengan regulasi Pak izin. Menyampaikan bahwa penerapan regulasi itu sudah ada standar yang ditetapkan bahwa 2% dan 1% di tingkat privat maupun di tingkat publiknya. Jadi kalau bicara tentang regulasi, tentunya ini berkaitan dengan bagaimana penerapan regulasi itu bisa sampai pada akses yang dibutuhkan. Nah, kalau dari sisi sudut pandang saya, izin, ini sudut pandang saya mengatakan bahwa regulasi ini harus dikawal sampai pada sektor yang membutuhkannya. Bukan saja pada swasta ataupun pemerintah, tetapi institusi pendidikan, komoditas. Ini juga merupakan bagian yang harus turut andil di dalam peranan dalam bagaimana memberikan ruang pekerja baik pada teman-teman disabilitas. Nah, Asosiasi Perusahaan Sahabat Anak Indonesia juga berperan di dalam beberapa kepentingan di dalamnya dalam perlindungan gizi dan sebagainya. Ini juga telah diterapkan di beberapa perusahaan. Tadi yang disampaikan Ailo tadi sudah tepat bahwa PT Nestle yang bergabung juga dengan asosiasi kita dengan beberapa perusahaan telah menerapkan sistem penerimaan yang baik. Jadi apa yang disampaikan tadi oleh Pak Teddy merupakan satu gambaran bahwa market swasta sangat ada, tinggal bagaimana penerapan regulasi dalam peraturan perundang-undang yang diamanatkan dalam rencana induk untuk penyandang disabilitas diturunkan dalam amanat Undang-Undang Nomor 8 tahun 2016 itu diturunkan lagi kepada seluruh sektor sehingga menjadi bagian yang utuh dalam penyerataan hak atas teman-teman disabilitas. Itu saja Pak. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Mr. Sosopanha will respond about the question from the Philippines about the crowdfunding.
Okay, thank you for the question from Philippines. That is what is crowdfunding. Yes, actually, the crowdfunding is one of the platform that can be got the fund or the money from the fundraising, yeah, and for finance the project or business, and it enable for the fundraising to collect the money and the large number of the people, and also could be the part that can start up the company or the growing the business, and as always the accessing the alternative fund. Yeah, and it had the many mechanisms, and it should be used by this platform by do out the some forum or some program that can make and fund to the others. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe the last question from Pak Taufik. Maybe Pak Tendi will respond.
Actually, I cannot hear the questions very clearly.
Okay. Pak Taufik, what is the main question? I also lost some question from you.
It's about the data that usually in several countries in ASEAN that combine the data from the intellectual disability and mental disability. So it will be hard for government actually to increase the data, the employment rate for persons with disabilities, especially for intellectual and mental.
Data. This is about data, right? So for the ILO, we collected data based on submissions from member countries, which is usually from the labor force survey. And for the ASEAN, I'm not really sure what kind of mechanism, but I think should be the same mechanism that the ASEAN Secretariat collecting data from member countries based on the either national population census or the labor force survey.
Okay, it's enough, Pak Taufik? Yeah, okay. It's about data. Okay, I think time is over for this the last panel discussions. Maybe we can give applause for all of the panelists and also for attendee from ILO. Some summary from me as a moderator that the employment and internship should be supported by all of the stakeholders, and we need to remove the barriers as well as an education and improving the capacity of persons with disabilities as well as soft skill and hard skill, and then how to address the needs of third party and make supply and demand can be available for person with disabilities and availability of labor market information that should be accessed by person with disabilities. I think it's enough from this session, and I will again give many thanks for all of the panelists and also the discussion. Time I will give to Mbak Tantri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eka Pratama, for the moderator for these panel discussions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to the next agenda, which is going to be the Makassar recommendation. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Eka Pratama, Commissioner of the National Disability Commission of Indonesia, to read the Makassar recommendation.
Excellencies, I would like to read the draft of the Makassar recommendation on ASEAN Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership beyond 2025. This is a draft and still have open input from delegation or audience, but we will announce from the next session, and I just read this recommendation. The ASEAN High-Level Forum, or AHLF, on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership beyond 2025 was hosted by Indonesia on 10 until 12 October 2023 in Makassar and in hybrid format. The forum was attended by high-level delegations from ASEAN member states, Timor-Leste, ASEAN Secretariat, and the United States of America, and also other ASEAN partner countries, organizations of and for persons with disabilities, ASEAN Disability Forum, private sectors, and other relevant stakeholders. The forum discussed on innovative strategies for regional social inclusion, empowering individuals with disabilities, fostering concrete partnerships in disability inclusive development across ASEAN sectoral bodies, as well as with ASEAN partners and other relevant organizations. The ASEAN member achieved good progress on the implementation of disability inclusive development. Meanwhile, the efforts needs to solve the gaps. Reaffirming the importance of the region's disability inclusive development and partnership for ASEAN to remain matters as an epicentrum of inclusive and sustainable growth, the forum recommend the following actions. First, number one, accelerate the implementation of ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025, mainstreaming the rights of persons with disabilities in ASEAN across the three pillars of ASEAN community: ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, ASEAN Economic Community, ASEAN Political and Security Community. The three pillars must work together and invest in sustainable cooperation to advance
the rights of persons with disabilities. Second, further support national reviews and the progress report of the implementation of ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, and to include participation of persons with disabilities in the monitoring and evaluation mechanism in line with Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Number three, ensure disability inclusive development as fundamental part of ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and continue ASEAN leadership in promoting disability inclusive development in the region and beyond, including through the implementation of ASEAN Outlook on the Indonesia Pacific or AOIP. 4. Encourage ASEAN dialogue partners to mainstream empowerment and the rights of persons with disabilities in cooperation with ASEAN, including in providing disability inclusive infrastructure and enable physical environment as well as capacity development to support contribution of key stakeholders. Number 5, provide more and innovative social welfare and development policies to empower and protect the rights of persons with disabilities in national and regional programs and mechanisms based on right-based perspective with involvement of persons with disabilities as meaningful participation. Number 6, advance joint efforts to ensure equal participation and access of persons with disabilities in public services and achieve more quality of life in all development sectors and eliminate the barrier of stigma and discrimination such as education, health, and employment. Number 7, strengthen work toward providing better and inclusive disability data to support benchmarking and monitoring progress of national and regional actions on empowerment and the fulfillment of the rights of persons with disabilities. Number 8, strengthen access to assistive technology based on appropriate needs to improve access to inclusive education, health intervention, employment and entrepreneurship, and protect other rights of persons with disabilities. Number 9, strengthen public understanding and awareness about persons with disabilities and their rights, as well as confront negative perceptions and promote mutual respect and understanding as critical aspects for an inclusive ASEAN community. The last, number 10, encourage business sectors to commit in promoting and implementing disability inclusive business models and value chains and support better access of persons with disabilities to employment, including as entrepreneurs. We express our sincere appreciation to the government of Indonesia, particularly the Ministry of Social Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, for excellent arrangement of the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond 2025. Excellencies, this is the Makassar recommendation. So if there is any opinion or addition, we can hear from audience, especially for the delegates. From? Is there any additional or comment? Okay. Philippine? No? Enggak ya? Okay, if there is no other additional comment during this forum, delegation can give addition or comment with discussion and to this
by contact with the organization. So I think the declaration, the recommendation already approved, and I will give time to Mbak Tantri.
We can give a big applause for the Makassar recommendation for that. It is subtle and solid for the Makassar recommendation. And now it's time for the token of appreciation. We would like to give the token of appreciation for the panelists, the discussion, and also for the moderator for our last panel discussion. For that, we would like to invite all the panelists, Mr. Pepe Nazaruddin, Mr. Andi Hidayat, and Mr. Tendi Gunawan to be in front of the stage. And also the moderator, Mr. Eka Pratama, also on the stage, and also for the discussion. To all of the gentlemen, our respected gentlemen, to be in front of the stage. And also we would like to invite the keynote speaker for today, Madam Angki Yudhistia, a special advisor to the President of Indonesia, to be also in front of the stage for the token of appreciation. And to give the token of appreciation, we would like to invite the Minister of Social Affairs of Republic of Indonesia as Ombudsman Indonesia, Her Excellency Sri Risma Harini. This is a special token of appreciation, the miniature of the traditional house from South Sulawesi, precisely from the Tanah Toraja Regency. It has a distinguished boat shape and oversized setback roof. This is a special miniature traditional house, which called Tongkonan. And this one is special because it named Tongkonan Layu, the house of the highest authority, the biggest, the most beautiful Tongkonan, means we are really appreciate and thank you from our deepest heart to all the panelists, the discussant, and also the moderator. It's time to take photos. I will count 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for the photo. Thank you very much once again for the panelists, the moderator, and also the discussion and the keynote speech for our last panel discussion. Thank you very much. For all the panelists, the moderator, and also the discussant, we would like to invite to please be seated. We are going to proceed to the next agenda. Untuk Ibu Menteri, kami akan undang untuk memberikan closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished delegates, next is the closing remarks from the Minister of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, as Ombudsman Indonesia, Her Excellency Sri Risma Harini.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you agree with me that time is well spent for the days we had in Makassar, where we were able to openly discuss, share through and experiences, learn from each other, as well as encourage and motivate each other. We share the same strong views that persons with disabilities matters and recognize their potentials to contribute to national, regional, and global sustainable growth. We share share the same strong interest for disability inclusive development. We share the common desire to see persons with disabilities to have the quality of life they deserve. We share the urgency to accelerate way forward, push the agenda faster in addressing the gaps, challenges, and obstacles to achieve disability inclusion. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 43 ASEAN Summit last month in Jakarta adopted the ASEAN Declaration on Disability, Inclusive Development and Partnership for a Resilient ASEAN Community, reiterating ASEAN commitment and acknowledging the strategic of collaboration and mainstreaming the right of persons with disabilities and ensure their full participation in society. Previously, ASEAN also agreed on the Bali Declaration on the enhancement of the role and participation of persons with disabilities in ASEAN community and mobilization framework of the ASEAN Decade of Persons with Disability adopted in 2011. And the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025, mainstreaming the right of persons with disability, adopted in 2018. And today it is a pleasure for me to officially announce Makassar recommendation on ASEAN Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership as the outcome of the ASEAN High-Level Forum. I thank all ASEAN member states and participants to the forum for this recommendation, and I am confident that Makassar recommendation will complement the existing relevant ASEAN frameworks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN framework is wonderful because it reflects the region's commitment. However, I would like to highlight that this ASEAN framework is not the end goal. It is a tool, and the key is implementation for us to walk the talk. In the context of ASEAN, mainstreaming disability inclusive development across 3 pillars of ASEAN is essential to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are fulfilled in all sectors of life. The 3 pillars of ASEAN, political, security, economy, and social culture, should work together and invest on longer-term sustainable projects and build partnership to advance the rights of persons with disabilities. In addition, allow me to share some of my personal key takeaways. First, disability inclusive is an approach, a perspective that needs to be mainstream in all sectors, among others education, health, employment, political security, trade and investment. Second, disability inclusive development requires collaboration and not work in silo. The government, OPDs, private sectors must synergize and work together. Third, we need to strengthen the disability data availability. Evidence-based approach is important to know the specific needs for us to make the right policy and intervention. Fourth, entrepreneurship and promote technology and innovation is one of the way forward in empowering persons with disabilities and promote their independence. Fifth, maximize effort to raise public awareness for public to not see disability as a disgrace. For public to not see disabilities as helpless and a burden. For public to see that persons with disabilities also can contribute and play significant role in the community. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Parallel with ASEAN High-Level Forum, we have convened the ASEAN-US High-Level Dialogue and the empowerment of rights of persons with disabilities. The dialogue shared the priority and commitment of ASEAN and the US reflected in the agreed ASEAN-US joint statement. Aim to the strengthening cooperation in implementing ASEAN enabling master plan to mainstream the right of persons with disabilities and promote ASEAN disability inclusive and infrastructure to improve accessibility and enable full and equal participation and economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. The dialogue also discussed ideas of concrete future program of ASEAN-US in promoting disability inclusive development, and we look forward for the follow-up of action. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we are reaching the end of our forum, I would like to highlight the remaining program we have carefully prepared for you. Tomorrow we will visit to Wirajaya Integrated Center, one of our ministry technical unit. There were prepared exhibition showcasing best practices program and exceptional work by persons with disability, which highlight their incredible achievement and their path towards full empowerment. You are also invited to join the field trip program to see more of the historic city of Makassar, and I hope you will not miss it. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indonesia government and the people, allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, delegates from all ASEAN member states, ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN partner, ASEAN sectoral bodies, organization of persons with disabilities, UN sectoral bodies, and all participants for your significant contribution to the successfully convening of the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership beyond 2025. This event truly demonstrated the spirit of partnership among the ASEAN member states, ASEAN sectoral bodies, and ASEAN partners. It is my sincere hope that ASEAN will continue its leadership in raising the importance of disability inclusive development in the region and beyond. To implement the 2025 vision towards ASEAN Community Vision to 2045. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organization committee and all stakeholders involved in the preparation of the event. My excellent team from the Ministry of Social Affairs of Indonesia and the support from the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs Indonesia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and also last but not least, the ASEAN Secretariat. With that, I bid farewell and safe travel to everyone. I wish you a pleasant journey back to your respective home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the closing remarks. Her Excellency Tri Risma Harini, Minister of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, as Amswat Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the ASEAN High-Level Forum on Disability Inclusive Development and Partnership Beyond 2025. Congratulations for all of you delegates from ASEAN, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indonesia, we would like to say thank you very much and hope you really have a pleasant stay in Makassar, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. And for that, as Madam Minister also said about tomorrow's agenda, we would like to invite all of you to join to the Wirajaya Center to see all the products from our brothers and sisters with disability. And you can see they are from all the provinces in Indonesia. And for that, we are going to remind you also for the city tour to the prehistoric and also to the museum in the South Sulawesi, Makassar. And for that, we would like to remind you, all of you, to register to the barcode that will be provided outside of this room. Thank you very much. Hope you have a pleasant day, and once again, a pleasant stay in Makassar, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to remind you to register to the barcode for tomorrow's agenda. And we also remind you that tomorrow, the transportation will be provided by you and start from 7:30 a.m. We are going to wait for you in the lobby for the agenda for tomorrow. That's we are going to the Wirajaya Center, and then we are proceed to the city tour, 7:30 a.m. We are going to wait you in the lobby. We also kindly reminding to all of our respective delegates who using the interpreter devices, we are kindly remind all of you to give it back to the organizer. Thank you very much.